Test one, one. Thomas, can you hear me? All right.
Test. Test. The committee will come to order. And without objection, we will reduce debate time down to 3 minutes per member during amendment debate today. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and seek to be recognized.
Mr. Nunes? A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Thank you. Well, medical expense.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I would like to seek unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from the Washington Post. They spent years planning to live with Alzheimer's disease. The GOP tax bill threatens those plans. A letter from the AARP and a chart that I hope every member gets that demonstrates the devastating effects that this will have on more than 8,800,000 Americans.
Without objection.
And a letter from, as well, from several organizations. I'll only highlight a few here. Alliance for Aging Research, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, the National Disability Rights Network, National Multiple Sclerosis Society, National Elder Law Attorneys, Lutheran Services for America, the Lakeshore Foundation, Healthy Women, more than 30 organizations also that have come out against the elimination of the medical expense.
Without objection. Mr. Larson,
Mr.
you're recognized
Chairman.
to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to recognize Benson Kahn of East Windsor, who's 71, and Richard and Lorna Shaker of South Windsor, both who are senior citizens who have written me personally about this and submit their comments for the record inasmuch as our time is limited here today. This is a straightforward amendment. Since the 1940s, medical expenses have been allowed to be deducted, and it is such an important and critical thing for so many of our senior citizens. Let's review. Who claims medical expense deduction? 8.8 million tax filers with significant out-of-pocket medical costs. Seniors in need of long-term care, parents with a special needs child, those suffering from Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, cancers. In my state of Connecticut, 116,390 people claim this deduction, averaging $11,114,000 in qualified, and I repeat that, in qualified medical expenses. The Connecticut State Department of Revenue Services says elimination of the deduction is a $1.6 billion hardship for Connecticut taxpayers at all levels. We've heard throughout this, Republicans will say this is a tax loophole for the rich, but this is a middle-income deduction. The AARP, whose comments I asked to be submitted earlier, states that of the 8.8 million, 6.3 million had incomes of $75,000 or less. If you are wealthy, then you must have to be very sick to have medical expenses exceeding 10% of your income. 8.8 million may represent 6% of the tax filers, but these are friends, families, neighbors facing devastating illnesses or supporting parents, children, and spouses in need of full-time in long-term care. I appeal to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as I will repeatedly say, you are honorable men and women. You have got to know the same friends and neighbors and people that are impacted by this. Are we going to force everybody to spend down what they have and go on to the Medicaid program and further burden that on something that's been on the books since the 1940s? I had a mother that had multiple sclerosis. I know how these diseases can impact the families and their desire to help and pitch in and do whatever we can, so that when there's an opportunity like this, and it's why I think the AARP is so right on when they talk about this, you know, there are 4,528,000 of those claiming this that receive less than 50,000. And what age group claims the medical expense deduction? 55% are 65 and older, 18% 50 to 64 years of age. So this is direct assault on the others. No wonder that the AARP has come out so strongly against this, and why we on this side feel, and I do believe that you on this side will join us as well on this, because this is devastating to individual families and a tax deduction that they previously have joined. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Holding, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Mr. Holding, Mr. Nunes withdraws his point of order. Now, Mr. Holding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we are, 9:15, 16 minutes into it, after 2 days of my colleagues, my friends on the other side, and I do consider the gentleman from Connecticut a true friend, but my friends are now defending, once again, the status quo. The legislation we've put forth reduces taxes for Americans at every income level and creates a fair, simple tax code that will benefit my constituents and all Americans at every stage of their life. My Democrat colleagues would have you believe this deduction is so fundamental that it is untouchable. However, they fail to mention that they were the first to propose limiting this deduction as part of Obamacare by increasing the threshold from 7.5% to 10% of adjusted gross income in order to pay for new entitlements. So it appears to me that this amendment is politics, plain and simple. Earlier this year, Republicans put forward solutions to help all Americans access health care that was right for them, including through increasing the amount people can put aside into health savings accounts, allowing more choice of insurance benefit design, repealing the individual mandate, and providing states additional funds to target to populations, including seniors. So as part of a comprehensive health care reform earlier this year, Republicans reversed the limitations put in place to the medical expense deduction under Obamacare. However, in the context of tax reform, this targeted deduction is no longer vital thanks to the other tax benefits for seniors and all Americans provided in this bill. So what's actually critical to seniors are this bill's pro-growth policies, which will increase workers' paychecks and thus payroll tax revenues. These boosted revenues will in turn increase the solvency of the Medicare Hospital Insurance Trust Fund, benefiting not only today's seniors, but also generations to come who will rely on this Medicare program. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, health care and the elections of yesterday proved to be the #1 issue, and I can't support enough Mr. Larson's amendment, which goes to the heart of the issue. The ACA was not the status quo. Last year, this committee marked up legislation that would have lowered the income threshold for triggering eligibility for medical expenses deduction. During that markup, Mr. Chairman, you said that the legislation would help, quote, if I could quote you, sir, those with significant health care expenses to get a little help through the tax code, unquote. Since the Republican tax bill before us today is eliminating this deduction entirely, where's the help? Let me tell you, this help that very sick Americans received through the tax code will now be redirected to some other folks who don't need the money. During my opening statement, I referred and I referenced one of my constituents, David from Fort Lee, New Jersey, who uses this deduction to help offset his costly medical expenses, which total more than $12,000 each year. David is not alone. In 2014, 8.7 million Americans claimed the medical expense deduction. More than half of them had an income of $50,000 or less, and nearly 74% of them were 50 years or older. Repealing this deduction is a tax increase on senior citizens in the United States of America, more specifically, our sickest seniors. This is especially rich because if Republicans got their way on repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act, Americans' out-of-pocket costs would have skyrocketed. During and according to the Economic Policy Institute, the American Health Care Act, House Republicans' ACA replacement would have forced Americans to pay an additional $33 billion in out-of-pocket costs by 2026. Yesterday, one of my friends on the other side gave a rousing speech about how the tax bill before us today is like an oil painting. We have to take a step back, look at the whole picture and not just pieces in isolation. It's pretty clear if they get their way, millions will lose their health insurance. Out-of-pocket costs will rise for people lucky enough to still have insurance, and people have no longer get any help through the tax code to set off these costs. But guess who's going to continue to prosper? This doesn't look like a very pretty picture to me. I urge my colleagues to support the Larson Amendment. It is a brilliant amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Ross, can you recognize speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so fascinating. If the minority were as persuaded as they are today during the passage of the Affordable Care Act, why would they propose to make medical expenses more difficult to deduct? And that's exactly what the plan was. It moved the majority in the Affordable Care Act moved the deductibility from 7.5% to 10%. That was their idea. They embraced it. Now, why would they today argue that something that they did violence to is now inextricably linked to the health of a senior? I don't have an answer for that, because there is no answer, because it was absurd. It's inconsistent. Okay, so set that aside. And parenthetically, you think about it, if the ACA were working as it was proposed to work, much of this discussion wouldn't be necessary. But set that aside and go back, and I'm delighted that my friend from New Jersey was listening to this image that I've tried to create. That is, these proposals that we're making are not to be viewed in isolation. And just in closing, to follow up on Mr. Holding's observation, it is the growth nature of this. It is the opportunity for people to keep more of their own money during the duration of their lifetime, rather than trying to create a tax code that is episodic. We need a tax code that is holistic. That is what we are proposing, not things that are episodic in nature. I urge rejection of the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Dogg, you recognize
Thank you.
speak on the amendment?
I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Larson, but in doing so, I want to note that what we're talking about here is whether $117 billion is available, this is right out of the score on the bill, for citizens who have to deduct these expenses, or whether we want to give that money to multinational corporations who won't pay their fair share. And I would just ask you, Mr. Larson, in yielding time, whether under this deduction, this is something that people can use for glasses, for guide dogs, for traveling to appointments, for childbirth classes, for lab tests, for prosthetic limbs, for substance abuse treatment, and particularly, as you know, Mr. Larson, because this committee refuses to do anything of any type concerning the price gouging that is going on from pharmaceutical companies. People like Gabby down in Lockhart, Texas, who called me concerned about the outrageous price she's having to pay now for insulin even, whether those who are gouged by pharmaceutical prices, whether they could also use this deduction until we get a committee here in Congress that is willing to stand up to the pharmaceutical industry and do something beyond just giving them more corporate giveaways like this bill does.
Well, of course, the gentleman is correct, and I would point to everybody again to please take a look at what the AARP has put out. And
Speak into your microphone.
whether you are for the status quo, and I would say as it relates to relief for elderly, you bet I am. You bet I am for making sure that they get the services that they need, services that they've been receiving since the 1940s and their ability to deduct these. You bet I'm for them continuing to get those. And if that's the status quo, yes, we want to preserve that status quo so that payments for prescription drugs and insulin, payment for reading and prescription eyeglasses, contact lenses, and hearing aids is taken care of. Payments to doctors, dentists, and surgeons can be taken care of. This is all after, what happened to compassionate conservatism? What happened to understanding what happens to individuals through no fault of their own, who go through life and then encounter, and it doesn't matter what particular tax bracket you're in, because disease impacts everyone. And so we ought to, in a compassionate and understanding way, make sure that the status quo with respect to your ability to deduct these from the expenses that you incur remains in the tax code. That is the right, the moral, and just thing to do. The fact that, as Mr. Doggett says, you have to squeeze that in to take care of corporate interest is wrong.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Renacci, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
What?
Never had a better use of 5 minutes. What do you got?
3.
I take 2 of them.
I thought I was next, second in line.
You're down 3 now?
Look, I appreciate my friend Mr. Larson's amendment. I appreciate what he's trying to do here. But I would ask Mr. Barthold, my friend Mr. Larson used a couple words, and I think my friend Mr. Pasquale used a couple words too. Claims, medical expense claims and medical expense, qualified medical expenses. Does that mean they're deductible when they're claimed or qualified? Because I want to make sure the American people realize you can claim it. So a family of 4 comes in my office. They have qualified medical expenses and claims, but when you go in and put in their tax return, it's not deductible because it doesn't meet the thresholds of being deductible. Is that a possibility?
Under present law, there's a floor, and you have to have total qualified expenses above the floor, and you are able to claim the excess above that floor. The floor is 10% of adjusted gross income.
Right. So in my friend Mr. Larson's district, the average median income is $116,000. So that at $116,000, you would need to first get past the first threshold on medical expenses, which is 10%, which is $11,687.
That's correct.
And then you would have to get past the itemized deduction, or the standard deduction of a married couple, which is $12,700. And I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but if you add that up, you would have to get past $24,387 of expenses before you got a true deduction. If you take the 10% of 116, which is 11,687, and the 12,700, those two added together come up to 24,000. So you would have to exceed approximately $24,000 before you ever got a true deduction.
Well, Mr. Renacci, remember the itemized deductions, you take the total of all itemized deductions. So if the taxpayer in your example
Right.
had property taxes or something, that would.
I agree, but you would still have to get past $24,387. So then after you get past $24,387, which is the total amount before you would start to get a deduction on medical expenses, this is the one I'm talking about on the medical expenses, then you would get a true deduction. I'm just trying to make sure that we get past this claims versus qualified versus actually deducted, because I think the American people need to know. We can sit here and say these are deductions, but quite frankly, they may never get on the tax form as a deduction. Would you agree with that? Because they don't meet the standard quality.
As you noted, sir, it depends on total itemized deductions, and then if amounts in excess of, in your example, $11,600 plus other itemized deductions exceeded the standard deduction, then you would claim the itemized deduction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kine, you're recognized to speak on the
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just a point of fact, in my large rural western Wisconsin district, a typical nursing home care for someone with dementia or Alzheimer's is roughly $98,000 a year. We know what's going on out there. A lot of families are divesting themselves of assets in order to get below income levels so they can qualify for short-term Medicare qualification or longer-term Medicaid, and that's happening. We're turning these families into alleged criminals for doing this because they're not supposed to under the current law. But again, in my congressional district, I had over 21,000 returns that took medical expense deduction at an average deduction of roughly $10,500. So this is definitely impacting middle-class working families. And this is a radical change in policy for many families who have been planning for the eventuality of their loved ones getting older and needing additional care, because let's face it, our long-term care policy in this country sucks right now. Long-term care insurance is virtually non-existent or affordable. And now you're taking away the one financial tool that many families have been planning for by repealing this deduction.
Would the gentleman yield quickly?
I'd be happy to.
Mr. Kine, your point is well taken, and I think you would agree Medicaid is now long-term care in America.
It's the only long-term care that's basically exists, and that's on the brink of financial ruin. But at this time, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to have included in the record at this point an article that appeared in the Washington Post dated November 4th entitled, "They Spent Years Planning to Live with Alzheimer's Disease. The GOP Tax Plan Threatens Those Plans."
Without objection.
And I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Larson.
I would just say to my friend from Ohio, who I know is an expert in this area, and I find a number of his theories fascinating that he puts out there. But it would have been great to actually have an expert. I would have loved to have someone sitting there with the AARP that would be able to refute everything that Mr. Renacci said. It would have been great to have somebody out there, because the AARP says that 6.3 million people with $75,000 or less are impacted. 50% of seniors have incomes of $24,500 or less. So these are the things that we're talking about. These are real people. Now, we've heard repeatedly, well, this is only going to impact a minimum amount of people. Yeah. If you consider 8.8 million people minimal, and these are your friends, your family, the people in your community, the people that you go to church with, the people that you work with, the people that you know, and say, well, I'm sorry, you didn't come under our percentage. We had a specific cutoff level so that you know, tough luck if you lose this exemption now because we've deemed that you're not worthy of it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Schweikert, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those I want to make sure I get the history and some of the math correctly. Mr. Barthold, this exemption used to be at 7.5% of AGI.
That's correct, sir. And before that, it was 5%. Before that, it was 3%.
And the movement to move it to 10%, that came into statute when?
It was part of the Affordable Care Act, sir.
Okay, so it was part of the ACA. So at the time of the ACA, there was a decision to move the tax deductibility of, we'll call them excess medical expenses beyond AGI, from 7.5 to 10%. And was there a phase-in? What were the mechanisms there?
Different rules. The 7.5% level was retained for taxpayer or taxpayer spouse over age 65, 10% for the general population.
Could you speak up just a little bit for me?
I'm sorry. The 7.5% floor was retained for taxpayers age 65 and over, while 10% was made the general rule, with 10% being the general rule regardless of taxpayer age, with a delayed effective date.
Okay, and the 10% for folks 65 and older became the statutory mechanism in 2016, 17, or when did the 10% for, we'll call it seniors, come into effect?
it's 10% for 17. I became effective last
year. So we already had a public policy that came to us in the ACA, many refer to it as Obamacare, to already begin to ratchet up the percentage of AGI. In your calculations, Mr. Barthold, now with also what's happening in the tax reform package, the AGI adjustments, I'm trying to get my head around, particularly for my folks in Arizona. If we're now at 10%, how much of my population in the new tax reform would actually have excess medical expenses beyond that AGI, and what those calculations? Where can I go in your analysis to start to actually see my population dynamics?
Mr. Schweikert, you'd like to know the projection of number of taxpayers over the next several years?
Yes,
that have,
particularly
medical
now
expenses
that
above
the
10%, above the 10%
ACA
floor?
has already created the step up.
I don't have that with me at the table, but I'll get that to all the members of the committee later today.
All right, look, I'm just looking for a little bit of intellectual consistency, because on one hand, I love our brothers on one side and sisters supported this going up, and now we're offering amendments to go the other direction. It's just a little bit of consistency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strongly support the amendment before us. And I point out that in my state of Illinois, 373,168 individuals claim the medical expense deduction, and 266,521 of those reported income of less than $75,000, and 191,105 reported incomes of $50,000 or less. And in my district alone, 15,010 people took the medical expense deduction. We add that up, we're talking about almost $2 million there. And so this is not necessarily going to those who can afford. It's going to the needy senior citizens in my district and in other places throughout the country. I support the Larson amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Mr. Kelly, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Renacci.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I wanted to get back, Mr. Barthold, to you because I wanted to go back to, and I'm going to continue in Mr. Larson's, my friend Mr. Larson's district, because I have those numbers. At 116,000 average median income, adjusted gross income, you first have to get above $11,687, which is the 10% threshold, before you have deductible medical expenses. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Renacci.
Right. And then once you get above that, it flows into your itemized deductions, and then you have to get above $12,700 of total itemized deductions under the current system before you get a deduction.
For a married joint filer, that's
for married filing joint. And then after you get above $12,700, the savings is only the tax rate on that, if it is, and by that time, the savings is really only the tax rate on the amounts above that, correct?
That's correct. It's a marginal tax rate times the excess amount above $12,700.
Right. So what I was trying to get to within 3 minutes, and I was not able to do, is that in my friend Mr. Larson's district, today under the new tax system that we're proposing here, the medium four-person household would have an average savings of almost $4,100 in taxes. So the question really comes down to, would the average four-person household in my friend Mr. Larson's district, would they rather have a $4,100 tax cut today, or would they rather go through the process of determining whether they have enough deductions? And I'm not talking about claimed or qualified? Because, as I said to you earlier, a claim deduction, you can claim it on your tax return, but if it doesn't go over the standard deduction, it's not a deduction, right?
That's correct, sir. You have to exceed the floor.
Right, and it could be a qualified, which I've heard my friends use, and it doesn't go over the standard deduction. It's not a deduction on the tax return because it did not go over the standard deduction.
That's correct, sir.
Right, so with that in mind, I guess the question would be, and I appreciate my friend Mr. Larson, I mean that sincerely. We've been friends for a number of years. The question really comes down to would Mr. Larson rather have a tax cut for that family of four, $4,096 on the average, or does he want to look at this medical deduction, which in many cases never gets used because we go back to how many people itemize again on average?
Under present law, approximately 30%, sir.
So, and under the new tax law?
Approximately 6%.
6%. So again, we're talking about a very small number. And out of that 6%, they are normally in the higher tax bracket?
In the top half of the income distribution.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Chu, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
It is unbelievable that the Republican plan would eliminate the medical expense deduction. Yes, a claimant must reach a threshold, but this is for those with the most expensive and difficult medical problems. After all, no one knows when the most serious illness will occur. In my state of California, over 1 million taxpayers claim it. The average deduction in California was $10,413, and nearly half of Californians who claimed this deduction reported an income of $50,000 per year or less. That savings can make the difference that allows families to give loved ones the best care they can at the most critical time of their life. This elimination would hurt people like a mother who gave birth to twins who had to be hospitalized for months. She was overjoyed when they could finally come home, but they required ventilators, tracheotomies, gastrostomy tubes, feeding pumps, and oxygen, and she had to have the necessary monitoring equipment. Even with private insurance and contributions to a health savings account, Cindy could not afford the payments. With the equipment, doctors, pharmacies, and weekly therapy trips requiring hotel costs and mileage, her out-of-pocket expenses were well in excess of 10% of her income. Letting her deduct these out-of-pocket costs from her taxes was the only way she and her family could stay afloat. Why should this mother be penalized so that corporations and the richest can get richer? And I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Larson.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. Renacci again for giving me an opportunity to talk about his view, because we have no experts, but his view, and I know he claims that he's an expert in this, but he's certainly not an expert about the state of Connecticut, and certainly not an expert about the number of people in the state of Connecticut who file individually. As I've said to this committee repeatedly, that's 41%, over 700,000 people in the state of Connecticut who do so. And then to add insult to injury, you then also pull all the individual deductions that people make out. And so as it piles up, and in the state of Connecticut, as I explained to the committee earlier, that's 116,390 people with an average deduction averaging 11,000. Meanwhile, you ask us to sit here and pay for, with these seniors to pay for, 5,500 wealthy people who will be benefited from the estate tax repeal. That's what we're talking about here. Where's the statistic for that?
Time's expired. Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I take a little offense to my colleagues on the other side insinuating that we don't care about the people we go to church with. We don't care about the senior citizens that we counsel, that we sit with and I talk with. I don't care about the individual who's on their deathbed. As a volunteer, I do in hospice. and stand as a volunteer in hospice and stand with those people, that I don't care about those people because of this tax policy. Let me tell you exactly what, maybe I can try to summarize this for the American people. So if you got two seniors, people I know, Jim and Susan, they're making about $24,000 a year. They're low-income seniors. And they got $20,000 worth of medical expenses. So they deduct that. That's the only deductions they get. Under today's code, you take $24,000, you minus it by 20, you got $4,000 worth of taxable income still subject to tax. What do? We take that $24,000 couple, Jim and Susan, and we expand the standard deduction to $24,000 under the new code. The $12,000 standard deduction is in this damn code that I will tell you doesn't really care about a lot of people back home, in my opinion. And what we do is we say $24,000 of income minus your new standard deduction of $24,000 that we increase. What does that produce? Zero taxable income. Zero. That means you pay zero. Under the existing code, in that exact situation with $20,000 worth of medical expenses, that's a lot of medical expenses. Under the existing code, Jim and Susan are going to have to pay a tax. They're going to have to pay a tax. And so what we're doing here is trying to do the best we can with making some hard decisions, but to insinuate that we don't care about these people, you know us. I understand the branding you're trying to do here. I understand how this country has become, it's the Republicans all care about the wealthy and the corporations, and they don't care about people. Well, let me tell you something. As a proud Republican, I care a lot about people. That's why I'm here. And I'm trying to improve the situation for their lives on a day-to-day basis. So to insinuate that I am some evil Republican is offensive. It's just downright offensive. You care about people too. I know you do. I've talked to you. I know you. We care about them too. And what we're trying to do is make their lives a little bit easier, a little bit simpler, allow them to keep a little bit more of their money, not send it to Washington, and let them try to enjoy their lives as best we can as we go through this process. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the LA Times titled, "Killing the Medical Expense Deduction Will Hit the Middle Class and Hard."
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to put my statement into the record in the interest of time.
Without objection.
And I would like to, at this time, yield time to my colleague, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you. You know, I heard my colleague say wiping out this medical deduction is just kind of following the path of Democrats because the limitation was somewhat restricted when we approved the Affordable Care Act. Right. The Affordable Care Act, which we paid for, not increasing the deficit, was the largest expansion of health care in 50 years. And that was a huge benefit for a wide range of Americans, including the elderly. Contrast that with what you're doing. You're wiping it out altogether, not to give more health care to people, but to be able to make massive cuts for the most well-off. Large corporations, get rid of the inheritance tax for billionaires. The difference is telling. And I invite anybody to look at what we did, why we did it, who benefited, millions of Americans with health care, which you're trying to take away with your initiatives, versus wiping out the deduction entirely for senior citizens.
Reclaiming my time, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Larson.
I thank the gentlelady, and I'm prepared to close. And I would like to close by asking Mr. Barthold, is it guaranteed that those with estates over $11 million will get a tax break from this bill?
Is it guaranteed?
Guaranteed if this bill becomes law that they will get a tax break.
Well, I guess it would depend. The bill retains the top individual rate. It's
State tax.
it's not guaranteed. There will be benefits as we measure them.
Is it guaranteed that those with an estate over 11 million will
With
get
an
a tax
estate,
break?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking income tax. My apologies. In doubling the exemption amount, any large estate would benefit, sir.
I think that's the point here, and the point that we're trying to make, and I will restate again, I think that you're all honorable people and all care about it. That's why we're asking you not to do this. That's why we're asking that we go back to the status quo so that we don't have senior citizens paying for estate tax relief.
Time has expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Reichert?
I reserve a point of order.
Would the gentleman suspend while it's being distributed? Mr. Reichert?
I withdraw my reservation, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lewis is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, first let me thank my friends and colleagues for joining me as co-sponsor of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, our amendment is very simple. It will save $2.1 billion by striking Section 5201 of the bill. Mr. Chairman, I want to be honest with you. It never crossed my mind that without any notice or warning, this committee would actually consider a bill to repeal the Johnson Amendment. When faith leader and charitable organizations began expressing concern to me earlier this year, I thought they were overreacting. It was too crazy, too unbelievable, that an idea to be even possible. But when I reached the end of the bill, I was shocked and appalled. You see, during the civil rights movement, we fought to tear down pillars of hate and discrimination. We spent hours in churches, temples, in synagogues, organizing, training, studying, role modeling, because faith leaders had the moral authority and respect to stand against immoral laws, guided us against indefensible policy. Our movement was never about a party or a candidate. We came together because of our shared values, our hopes, our dreams for our families, community, country, and for the world. People of all races, all religion, and all walks of life were united by a moral purpose for a shared mission, a shared vision. This bill before us will pit neighbors against neighbor, worshiper against worshiper, and volunteers against volunteers. It will literally work havoc on the last pillar of civility in our country. Now, some of you may not remember, or maybe you were not here, when the House last tried to pass a bill to repeal the Johnson Amendment. I was here, and I remember it like it was yesterday. 15 years ago, I managed the bill far side on the floor, and I joined my colleagues across the aisle. Republicans and Congress voted down this terrible idea. Democrats and Republicans came together to preserve the last remaining sanctuary that were free from partisan politics. In our hearts of hearts, we understood that we had a moral responsibility to put the good of our nation before campaigns. My friends, we need that vision and unity again today. Help us, save us from what we might do today.
Mr. Doggett.
Is there a Republican? Are you going to any Republicans on this?
I think I'll likely close.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Lyndon B. Johnson amendment that Republicans would repeal is work that President Johnson did in the 50s, recognizing the great importance of preserving the independence and the integrity of religious organizations and charities. More than 4,500 charities and over 100 religious leaders have voiced their support for maintaining the Johnson Amendment. There is a cost to this amendment reflected in the table from joint tax. Over $2 billion would be lost because of currently not tax-exempt political contributions being made tax-exempt. I believe these religious leaders realize that we don't need a First Church of political expediency or a united congregation of available political endorsements or a mega church of mega PACs, and that's where this amendment would lead. A national leader on this issue, Amanda Tyler, the executive director of the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty, she said it best: this tax bill will deform, not reform, the tax law that protects our houses of worship. Gutting the law that protects 501c organizations from candidates pressing for endorsements threatens to destroy our congregations from within over disagreements on partisan politics. It assures an unholy alliance. Pastors and people of faith know that there's nothing free about a pulpit that is bought and paid for by political campaign contributions or beholden to partisan interest. As Reverend Rick McClatchy of the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship in San Antonio said, houses of worship are designed to transcend partisan politics. And Rabbi Amy Cohen, the associate rabbi at Temple Beth Shalom in Austin, noted, houses of worship need to be safe places where we can practice civil discourse, not where we take partisan positions and potentially isolate our members. Religious leaders can already speak out on critical issues of the day. They can even endorse candidates for political office in their personal capacity. But what President Johnson as a senator did was to ensure that political activity cannot be done with tax-deductible funds. There's enough damage already done to our election laws and our campaign laws. Let's not involve our places of worship to become manipulated by wealthy donors and partisan interest to change them from their valued religious purpose. Certainly, the Lewis Amendment should be adopted, and I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very good amendment. I hope we haven't reached the point where the minister, the priest, the rabbi, or the imam, at the close of a religious service, will have to say their name and then suggest, and I approve of this message. Jack Kennedy's ascension to the White House in 1960 was a very personal thing for those of us in Massachusetts at the time, and followed it very, very closely every day. And we forget that through that whole campaign, Kennedy time and again was stymied by the force of opposition to his religion until he asked that question in Houston and suggested that nobody questioned his religion on the PT 109. And he asked, in addition, did I forfeit my right to be president on the day that I was baptized? And if we aren't careful, we're going back down this road in America. It's troubling that now you have to square some of your ideas with those who might have religious views that are different than yours, because some people say that they should be invited back into the public square. The genius of our Constitution is in a lot of ways encapsulated by the famous question that Mr. Jefferson asks Mr. Madison to portray: if we're to have state-supported religion, which one? And at that time, all of the arguments evaporated. Don't invite religion back into the public space in a public way. Private expression is a very important part of our constitutional protections as it relates to religious preference. We should keep it that way. And I yield back my time.
Mr. Marchant.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. Churches and houses of worship have long been the center of our civic debate and they should feel free to speak their minds and hearts without the fear of an IRS agent monitoring their speech. An IRS that has a history of targeting individuals based on their political, and as we saw with Ms. Linder's activities, in some cases, donors' actions. This small amendment clarifies that the IRS has no place in churches. The IRS should spend its time and resources administrating the tax code and not monitoring the speech of houses of worship. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. Yield back.
Mr. Thompson on the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis's amendment expunges a very dangerous part of this bill, and I support it strongly and yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Lewis.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. If introducing partisan politics into the pulpit was a bad idea many years ago, it is a bad idea today. I have spent a lifetime, not as a congressperson, but in pulpits, in churches. I attended seminary, ordained, licensed in the Baptist church. But there's a separation between church and state. This is a good amendment, and we should pass it. Are you back?
Mr. Kind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The teaching of moral lessons during religious service, sure. The teaching of our children values, absolutely. But of all the policy changes that are being attempted in this Republican tax bill, this one frightens me the most because it has the potential of tearing the very fabric of our communities. Every Sunday morning when I go to my South Beaver Creek Lutheran Church in rural western Wisconsin with my family, I view that place as a sanctuary for my soul, an opportunity for me to commune and to congregate, get together with my fellow rural neighbors in fellowship, to check up on one another, see who's doing well, who might need some help, and to spend some time as a community and as a nation, regardless of political affiliation. Repealing the Johnson Amendment will politicize the pulpit. It will create civil war in the pews. It will establish Republican and Democratic churches and synagogues and mosques overnight. We all know it. We all know how tribal and how polarized our political system is today. We are self-segregating way too much already of who we're deciding to affiliate, what clubs we join, what family members we even like to hang out with these days, given our political affiliation. You politicize the pulpit. It's going to make the Sunni-Shia conflict in the Middle East look like a picnic. There will be conflict in the streets here overnight. And we're going to be driving the children of our families away from organized religion because they won't tolerate it. This is very dangerous without, I think, a lot of consideration about what the ramifications are. Mr. Doggett's right. Joint Committee on Taxation, who's sitting before us today, is scoring this as a $2 billion cost because this will enable political contributions to be made tax-free. We don't currently allow that in our political system. This will be a backdoor attempt to do it. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record at this time a letter dated September 5th, 2017, sent to the congressional leadership and the leadership of this committee and the Finance Committee, signed by 103 denominations, 4,200 faith leaders, 5,500 nonprofit groups saying, don't do this.
Without objection, so ordered.
I also ask unanimous consent to have included a letter dated October 18, 2017, sent to every member of the United States Congress, signed by 3,200 clergy nationwide, saying, don't do this.
Without objection.
This is a very dangerous policy, Mr. Chairman, and for those of us who look forward to church service, look forward to getting together with our neighbors, look forward to that little respite from the craziness of politics today, a repeal of the Johnson Amendment jeopardizes all of that. And I ask my colleagues to accept Mr. Lewis's amendment. I yield back my time.
Mr. Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is one of those ones I really thought for a minute about whether I should even speak on this. because I think each of us looks at our religion very personally, and it's a matter, first and foremost, between our families and our Maker. And there's clearly moments in which you start to say, what's the right balance with church and state? We've got a history in this country. But I also think there's moments in which we overcharacterize. And while I have great respect for the gentleman from Wisconsin, to invoke Sunni and Shia in this kind of a circumstance is just entirely an inappropriate characteristic and reference. Let's talk about what happens. A Pew study from last year found that about 2/3 of regular churchgoers had heard political statements from the pulpit. The highest, this is Pew, so the highest percentage of these were black Protestants, 28% of whom heard clergy support for Hillary Clinton, and about 20% of whom heard ministers oppose the Republican candidate. So we've seen the politicization. And if my colleagues are so believe that the IRS should be inside the churches, which I hope we can keep them away, let's allow the congregations and their leaders and their ministers to find the way to speak with it without getting the IRS involved. I think this amendment does that.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support the Lewis amendment and associate myself with the remarks that have been made by those on this side of the aisle. And I yield back.
Thank you. I'll recognize myself on the amendment. You sense a real tenderness here on both sides and a sensitivity to where we are. And there's things that have been spoken and admonitions that we've made toward one another. And I think those admonitions have been received on both sides. There's a real sensitivity here. I'm going to urge us not to adopt the Lewis Amendment for some of the reasons that Mr. Meehan articulated. But I think there has, this is a very sobering debate for us, and we need to be very careful moving forward. Where we are right now, the state of the law is not particularly satisfactory because there is a real chilling effect in the part of some communities that are reluctant to weigh in matters of faith in the public square because they feel like they're going to be targeted, and they have been targeted. And yet there is a cautionary tale here that our friends on the Democratic side have articulated. So the time for talking is over. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Lewis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Doggett?
Thank you very much. I have an amendment at the desk on behalf of myself and my colleagues, Mr. Davis, Ms. Chu, and Ms. Delbeni.
Mr. Nunes?
Reserve a point of order.
Mr. Nunes reserves a point of order. Will the gentleman suspend while it's being distributed?
Surely. Thank you. It's important.
Mr. Doggett on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the economic evidence so clear that the Republican tax bill is a job killer, that it will not grow our economy, we look to alternatives to accomplish a growth in our economy and create jobs in this country. And I believe that alternative centers on our investing in people. Instead of investing in people and our education, this Republican bill takes away those tax incentives and tax benefits that benefit education. They begin by eliminating the deductions for the student loan interest and for tuition and fees deduction. These deductions are a critical financial lifeline for many students. If you look at the class of 2016, proud graduates throwing their caps in the air, well, 2/3 of them graduated not only with a diploma, but with a burden of debt. The average debt for those students in 2016 was $35,000. Those are the students who benefit from being able to deduct the interest on their loans that Republicans would deny them. A second provision, an incredible provision in this bill, would deny classroom teachers, often in very underfunded schools, any deduction, the modest $500 deduction they have for providing materials in their classroom. We ought to give schools the funding they need, but in the meantime, let's not punish teachers who try to bridge the divide. By restoring this deduction, we are helping them and providing an incentive for better education. And this also restores the provision that allows employers to say, we've got a welding job, but we don't have a training program here at the firm, at the company, but we'll pay your tuition to go to the community college to their great welding course and come back better suited for your job. Under the Republican plan, they would tax that worker who is out there trying to further their skills for what the employer paid in tuition. We would restore that provision. And in addition to getting us back to even and restoring the $67 billion in cuts that Republicans make, we adopt the same simplification program for the American Opportunity Tax Credit that I've worked on since 2009. But instead of taking away from that program, we use the savings from simplification to expand and enhance that program so that more students will have genuine opportunity and that we will not see financial burden as a reason that every young person doesn't try to get all the education that they're willing to work for. I move adoption.
Mr. Nunes? I withdraw my point of order. Mr. Nunes withdraws his point of order. Mr. Neal on the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very good amendment, and I think that we've been hearing this morning on the other side this suggestion that we're trying to position you on controversial votes that you're going to have to cast. Well, this is a chance to really demonstrate some interest in the problems and challenges that everyday Americans have. So we're being asked in this tax bill, essentially, to not allow students to deduct interest payments, clipping college endowments, and pulling back on teacher expenses when they step in to fill the void created by budget shortfalls at the local level, when they, sometimes by the carload, bring supplies to the classroom so that children might have a chance to draw a direct benefit, all so we can repeal the estate tax, also that we can repeal the alternative minimum tax on 4.5 million families in America. This issue cuts to the core of the dispute that we're having over this tax bill. And our position remains, the people that ought to benefit are the middle class, clearly and decisively, as opposed to what is a greater concentration of wealth. When you consider that 0.2% of the American people will pay the estate tax this year, 5,500 families. That's it. So this is the chance for the other side to say, yes, we acknowledge the argument you've made, because we're the ones that are positioning middle-class people against the very wealthy. I yield back my time.
Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under this bill, current graduate students and employers will no longer be able to deduct the student loan interest or tuition on their taxes. So effectively, the bill is a tax increase for students and their families, making education even more expensive than it is. The lifetime learning credit is eliminated in H.R. 1. The bill gets rid of tax-free educational assistance to higher ed employees. Eliminating these provisions will cause the taxable income of students benefiting from employer-provided educational assistance to skyrocket. Many low and middle-income employees benefit from these provisions. In fact, the recipients of Section 117 earn, half of those recipients earn $50,000 or less. What are we doing here? Don't make us out to be bleeding hearts, although I don't care what you call me. But stick to the facts. Stick to the facts. Now, let's make this clear. At what point in a woman's pregnancy does a fetus qualify for this tax-deductible savings account? At what point? One, will a woman have to provide proof to the IRS that she is pregnant? You have to sign a document? I mean, you guys and gals are having people sign a lot of documents in this bill. Will the IRS come asking for a sonogram or a pregnancy test? Or will they take the woman's word for it? I like when we take people's word, certain people's words. The Brady Amendment attached to this bill put all kinds of additional requirements for proof for the EITC. Are you going to require all kinds of proof for the credit? Let's be clear, this bill takes aid from current and recent students and gives it to fetuses in utero. Wow. What have you done now? How about a higher education policy that helps our students? Yesterday, the Associated Press reported that the premise of this tax bill is the disproven and outdated trickle-down economics theory, that giving more money to the corporations will somehow help everyone else. Is that what you believe? Each of us has to ask that question. Is this what you're all about? They point out, who will those corporations hire when this bill eliminates $64 billion in education tax incentives? We aren't investing in our workforce and the human capital that would get this economy going. This amendment would restore important education tax incentives and increase fairness, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure that's what you want down in your heart.
Expired. Ms. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take the committee members back to several years ago when Mr. Camp was here. And you'll remember that we had an opportunity to work in working groups, and the chairman divided up the code in various portions and asked committees to form, to be working committees on certain issues. And Mr. Davis and I had an opportunity to work together. It was one of my greatest joys here in Congress. And we were given the family and education tax provisions to take a look at. And we decided together that one of the things we wanted to conquer is the complexity of the code that was there for people trying and attempting to actually use the credit. And what we found is there were 90 pages of different rules and regulations of how they might be able to use any of those credits. And so what we did is we simplified and we got them down to just 4 different credits. And it was interesting because I remember we were working with Joint Tax on this, and we asked them to help us out with the simplification on it. At one point I said, what I really need is just give me a flow chart. And it was impossible for us to even get a flow chart. It was so complicated that we couldn't even get a flow chart. And I said, how do ordinary people get into the tax code and understand what it is that they're able to use? Because it is so darn complicated. And I'm very proud to say that we did come up with a solution. We filed it, and it was actually heard in this committee. I'm very proud that we worked together bipartisan to help to be able to simplify. Unfortunately, it did not get passed into law. But this, once again, gives us an opportunity to be able to simplify that which is in this very complicated code that sits right here in front of us, and to be able to have a single AOTC as well as 529s that will help the everyday American family be able to take true advantage of what's in that tax code, not have to go through all this complication, and get something simplified that the American families can actually use. And I'm proud of that because I know from my own conversations with people in my community that they say that stuff is so complicated, we don't even want to look at it. We don't even want to try to get through it because it's so complicated. I only have 45 seconds left here, so I just want to say that I'm very proud of what we're doing because it is giving people an opportunity to truly use what's in the code and be able to take advantage of these credits that will actually help people to get their education. So I have 29 seconds, Mr. Doggett, if you'd like to take those 29 seconds.
I agree with you on simplification. That's why this amendment does the same thing. What I would ask you is why you took out $17 billion from the American Opportunity Tax Credit, which is what this does. Instead of reinvesting it in students, you take it to use for corporate tax cuts.
If you will read that carefully, as I'm sure you have, you will see that this simplification will allow people to use this credit.
All
Thank you.
time
I
has
yield back.
expired. Dr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it certainly was a pleasure to work with Representative Black during the camp leadership of this committee. But I proudly support this amendment. Education is our fundamental right, and it's the only way that we'll be able to preserve and continue what I call our democracy. When I think of education, I often think of something that Abraham Lincoln was noted for saying quite a bit, and that is he used to say that education makes a man easy to lead, but difficult to drive, easy to govern, but impossible to enslave. Yet the McConnell-Ryan bill shifts our tax policy to educate the elite, declaring that the middle class does not deserve the same support to send their kids to college. H.R. 1 cuts over $65 billion in education benefits. Alarmingly, it cuts in half the AOTC benefits that middle-class families use to make college affordable. It strikes the only benefit for taxpayers struggling with heavy student loan debt. It penalizes families whose employers have education programs. And all of these cuts simply to ensure that the elite receive the best possible education that money can buy. And it protects their $20 million inheritance where they get it free. The greatest thing that this country is known for has been its movement of individuals from one socioeconomic status to another. The best possible way to do that is through a robust level of support for education so that any child, no matter where he or she might be born, have the greatest opportunity to become whatever their hard work, manhood, womanhood, talent, and ambition will make them. That is the promise of America, and that should be the promise of our support for education. I strongly support the Doggett Amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Nome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wanted to speak against this amendment because I believe the reforms that we have in our tax bill that we're debating here are not only better for students and for families, but they're also better for education and for teachers. It was interesting in South Dakota this week, we had a lobbying organization send out an email talking about how our tax plan was bad for their teachers because they would no longer be able to deduct $250 for their expenses that they spend in their classroom. And I'm so grateful for the teachers that we have in South Dakota. I've got several of them in my family, and I know how much they sacrifice for our students across the state. And but what's interesting is that the deduction they were fighting for, the value of that was $37.50. That's the reality of the deduction, that of money that would save those teachers if we kept that portion in the tax code. By the time they were able to deduct that from their average teacher salary, what that teacher really would be saving would be about $37.50. Now, under our tax plan, that teacher in South Dakota will get to save over $1,000 in tax cuts. Now, you tell me why a lobbying organization that's supposed to be working on behalf of teachers would tell them to defeat our bill and to fight against it when it would save them $1,000 versus the $37.50 that they could save under current law. I think it's disingenuous, and the truth needs to be shown on the situation, and it's one of those situations we're dealing with again here in this amendment. And I also like the changes we've made to the 529 plans. You know, they're tax-free qualified distributions that we've expanded to be used for apprenticeships, for elementary education costs. Also, we've used them for ability for families to be able to save for the unborn. I remember the first time that my husband Brian and I heard my daughter's heartbeat. It was life-changing for us, and we planned for her future. We dreamed of what she would grow up to be and the life that she would have. And the reality of that is being translated into this law by defining the fact that now families can plan for that child from the moment of being in utero and can start saving for whatever education costs that they may have. I think it's highly appropriate. And the feelings that we felt knowing that our children were on the way and wanting to plan to give them the most secure and beneficial future is no different than any other parent's experience when they start dreaming of their children and what they can do and planning for that. My colleagues on the other side of this aisle, when they were talking about this issue, I think it was yesterday or the day before, they called this dangerous language, which I found offensive. I found it threatening that letting parents dream about their children and the future that they could have and having a provision that actually provided a route for them to do so and prioritize it was astonishing to me, that is how this type of language could be defined. What's so dangerous about that? What's so dangerous about giving the opportunity for parents to save in a 529 plan for the future of their children? So, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Kind on the amendment.
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman. You know, the educational expense that many teachers in our communities take out of their own pocket to buy provisions and supplies for their own students, that's a $250 tax credit above the line. It's not a deduction. That's an elimination of 250 federal taxes that would normally apply to the teacher because they feel it's necessary for the proper teaching of that student in the classroom, that they've got to, out of their own pocket, buy crucial supplies and resources so the children can properly learn in their classroom. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to provide our teachers who are doing this in order to make sure that our children are receiving a quality education. So just to be clear, that's a $250 tax credit above the line that goes right off the top of any federal tax liability that they otherwise might face. I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold. Sorry, I know you were getting an update there.
Sorry, sir.
And this is actually one of those we all struggle with. Section 1, is it 127, that allows an employer to do, I guess, a educational expense subsidy for
provide educational and benefits to employees,
to an employee,
furthering their skills related to their employment.
For the employer, they receive a tax deduction, so they're able to remove.
It's considered a business expense.
Do we have a sense of how much? I don't want to use the word tax avoidance, but a reduction in corporate taxes come from that side of the ledger on 127?
I do not have that at my fingertips. I'll endeavor to get that for the members.
Okay, and my line of question here in my 3 minutes is I'm just, like my big university, ASU, which I absolutely love, has done some really innovative programs. They're doing one with Starbucks right now, but I'm actually trying to get a sense of how much of it is also receiving a federal subsidy, because the employer gets to take that as a business expense. The employee, if I'm an employee of an engineering firm or this and that, I'm going to grad school, I'm receiving this, is the value of that cash, that value, is it taxable to the employee?
Subject to the rules, it's an exclusion from compensation of the employee.
So it's an exclusion. So this is somewhat unique
Deductible
because
compensation. It's deductible compensation for the employer, but that aspect of the compensation is not included in the employee's income.
so it's deductible both for the employer and non-taxable for the employee.
That's correct, sir.
So it sort of gets a double whammy. So in many ways, depending on where the individual's tax rates are, the federal government is picking up, at least in today's tax code, maybe even the majority of this particular cost. If I had an employee who was at a 35 and an employer, whose company tax was at 35, I mean, the majority of this cost now is actually on the federal taxpayers.
Well, it would generally, if you think of it in terms of compensation, so it's really only the value of the income not taxed at the employee level.
Yeah.
Think of it as just a form of
And
wage.
it's also, the value to the employee is also not subject to payroll tax?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so it's expensive. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Doggett for this amendment, and I'm happy to have been able to work with him on this to support folks in my district that I've talked to, like Jessica. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to meet with a young mother named Jessica. She works at Starbucks and has been enrolled in their college achievement plan since January. She told me that given her extremely tight household budget, that she would not be able to attend college without this program. But having to pay taxes for receiving employer-provided tuition benefits, which is what the bill would do, would be very hard for her, potentially putting college out of reach. So it's for people like Jessica that are trying to make a better life for themselves and their families, their children, through education, that Section 127, that it needs to be expanded, not eliminated, which is proposed in the bill. This amendment would help fix that. In fact, we have bipartisan support to expand that, bipartisan support from Republicans on this committee. So it's very unfortunate that we have a piece of legislation that proposes repealing Section 127. My colleagues will probably say that corporate cuts will lead to growth, and then these students and their families will see so much wage growth that they won't need these benefits anymore. But even very conservative economists don't believe that. The former economic policy advisor to John McCain said, quote, "I'm a very conservative economist. I would love it if tax cuts paid for themselves, but I'm also someone who looks at the numbers, and there's just no evidence that tax cuts actually pay for themselves." End quote. The fact is, if we want to help students and families succeed for generations to come, we have to invest in making quality education affordable and accessible for everyone across this country. This bill not only drives up the debt, and when they drive up the debt, it makes it almost certain that Republicans are going to be taking a sledgehammer to education and job training programs, just like the president recommended in his budget. But this is also a complete miss when it comes to giving hard-working people a fair chance at success. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Curbelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, I was speaking to my wife this morning, and I want to make sure I got this right. So under the current tax credit for teachers, what's the most that someone could save in real dollars as a result of the tax credit? Because they're not saving $250,
the teacher
right?
provision is not a tax credit. It is an above-the-line deduction, so it's $250 that's reduced from taxable income. The highest marginal ordinary income tax rate is 39.6. Let's call it 40%. So the
Most teachers aren't paying that, right? But
the maximum tax saving would be 40% of 250, which is $100.
So a wealthy teacher at the top bracket would save a maximum of $40. I assume that
$100, sir.
$100.
$100.
I assume that the average teacher would probably save maybe half of that. So we're talking about $20. So I asked my wife this morning, look, we have this deduction in the code. By the way, she doesn't use it. I mean, she invests a lot in her classroom, but we've never used that deduction. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have a tax code that helps the typical family in this country save over $1,000 in their tax liability? And my wife, she's an Algebra 2 teacher, Mr. Barthold, so you can assume what her answer was. She chose the latter. And I think those are the decisions that we are trying to make here across the board. Do we want a tax code that has these special and small benefits for many small groups of Americans, or do we want a tax code that broadly benefits all Americans and that treats all Americans fairly? I mean, some of my colleagues are making this strident argument for $20 that some teachers are getting, $30, $40, maybe $100 if you have a teacher paying 39.6% a marginal tax rate. I don't know too many of those. So I would just ask my colleagues to keep asking themselves that central question. Do we want a complicated tax code that gives these small, sometimes invisible benefits to certain Americans that, by the way, a lot of Americans don't even take advantage of because they don't know they exist? Or do we want a tax code that treats everyone more fairly, that provides growth opportunities for more people, that gives every American the opportunity to rise, to thrive, to flourish? That's the debate that we're having here. And I truly hope that we would choose that simple tax code, that fair tax code, where it doesn't make sense to move jobs overseas, where it doesn't make sense to have to itemize all the time. That's what we're trying to achieve here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I taught in the Los Angeles community colleges for 20 years. I've seen firsthand the struggle of students vying to pursue higher education in spite of challenging financial situations. I've seen students work multiple low-wage jobs, attend school part-time, and still be forced to take out student loans to cover the cost of their education. And I've been inspired by the thousands of students I've met and taught because of their incredible desire to better themselves, despite the odds. And that's why I'm shocked by the complete disregard in the Republican tax bill for the needs of our country's students. And that's why we must support the Doggett Amendment. At a time when the largest piece of growth in individual debt comes from student loans, nearly quadrupling over the last 10 years, and at a time when total student loan debt in this country has reached a staggering $1.4 trillion, I cannot comprehend why this tax plan would eliminate critical deductions and credits for our students. First, let me say Republicans claim to simplify education incentives for students by consolidating different credits into an enhanced American Opportunity tax credit. Well, actually, they're selling you a bill of goods. Yeah, this plan combines them, but actually eliminates $17.3 billion from the American Opportunity tax credit. So it combines them, but reduces it. What's even worse is that this bill eliminates the deductions for interest payments on qualified student loans and tuition. Let me say, 48% of taxpayers who take the deduction for student loan interest make less than $50,000 a year, and 51% of taxpayers who take deductions for tuition and related expenses make less than $50,000 a year as well. What's even more insulting is that this bill targets teachers who pay out of pocket for paper, pencils, and crayons for their kids. In order to make multimillionaires $172 billion richer, this bill would cut over $65 billion in aid for students and teachers. Now is not the time to turn our backs on vulnerable students and young professionals that are trying their best to to find gainful employment, to live a fulfilled life, and to achieve the American dream. And I yield back.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to associate myself with the words of Ms. Noem and Mr. Curbelo on this subject. And first of all, on the subject of saving for college, I've got 3 kids of my own. I really appreciate the fact that our bill will give me an opportunity to save more for my kids and to prepare for their future and for their college education. So I think this bill does a lot and goes in the right direction. But I specifically want to talk about this idea that we are doing harm to our teachers because of this deduction for expenses for educators. I am a husband of an educator. I've seen firsthand how much time and money is spent on these supplies for classrooms. They do it for the love of their children, for the love of their school, for the love of their profession. They don't do it for the benefit of the tax credit, which in many cases is up to 20, 30, 40 bucks. That's insulting to an educator who puts a lot of time and expense into their classroom. It's completely confusing if you look at the current system on how they have to get to that point. It's a deduction top of the line for educators, and by the time you work your way through the tax bracket, you will lose track of exactly why you even went this direction in the first place. And if you apply the current law as to our new proposal, you will see that if you truly want to benefit educators, you will support our proposal because in the end, as the good chairman would tell you, if you look at the big picture, teachers benefit, average families benefit by this plan over the previous. For example, a married couple making $90,000. Under the current plan, under the current law, after you work your way through this very confusing tax process, you will find that their tax liability, if they are an average family with 2 kids, $90,000 AGI, their tax liability will be at $6,157. If you take our proposal, apply it to this same family, doubling the standard deduction of $24,000, their taxable income goes down that much farther. They end up with a tax liability of $4,100. Now, I say that and I go through that because it's very simple, straightforward, apply the law, and you will see that this family, as to this plan that we're proposing, will save $2,037 in a total tax cut as opposed to previous. That's much better than the current de minimis deduction, confusing deduction they get under current law. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the proud daughter of 2 longtime educators and the proud product of public schools in Selma, Alabama, I know the power of public education. I support Mr. Doggett's amendment because I believe that it is the best way that we can support and promote better teaching and our students in America. I have a deep concern about this administration's attempt to divert public dollars to private, often unaccountable schools. H.R. 1 has a provision to double down on this agenda and divert more of our taxpayer dollars to private schools while taking away teachers' ability to get a deduction for supplies. The underlying bill allows parents to use tax-free savings accounts known as 529s for private K-12 tuition. 529s were originally created to help families save for college expenses, but this bill will allow high-income parents to use 529s for up to $10,000 annually for private school expenses. My constituents in rural Alabama deserve a tax code that puts them and their children on the same playing field as those who send their kids to Exeter and Andover. We have no business further incentivizing the wealthy to educate their children in private school settings. School choice is a false choice for working families in my district, Mr. Chairman. We have private academies in my district that were founded by quote-unquote concerned parents in the late 1960s to promote racial segregation. The public school I went to in Selma is now resegregated again, and the private academy down the street is still, in 2017, largely all white. Some of these private schools are not accredited. Their teachers are not required to teach students with disabilities, and they have no required curriculum. Yesterday, I introduced a bill to close a loophole in the current tax code that diverts resources away from public schools and allows the wealthy to turn a profit on the donations they give to private school voucher organizations. Each year, wealthy donors use tuition tax credits to divert an estimated $1 billion in taxpayer funding to private and unaccountable schools. At a time when our public schools are short on resources and Congress is struggling to find funding for the most important programs such as Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, we are responsible to protect public funds for public schools. Let's do that. Let's pass the Doggett Amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. First of all, and I have great respect for Ms. Sewell. My wife was an elementary teacher. My daughter, a secondary teacher. My children went to the Catholic school in town, in which I paid their tuition. It did not give me a break on the public school. I still paid that too. So I actually paid for education at both sides of it. But I want to get down to what this bill is. I think early on, Mr. Doggett had said that this is a job killer. So I went to the Tax Foundation, and I wanted to see how much of a job killer it would be in Texas. It actually creates, Mr. Doggett, $81,108 and gives people more take-home pay of $2,558, hardly a killer. I would just suggest in an economy, if you want all boats to rise, then people have to have more money to work with. Increasing their opportunity to have more take-home pay allows them to take that money and spend it the way they want to spend it, as opposed to the way Washington thinks it should be spent. And on a global impact, it is embarrassing that the United States is ranked as the 23rd country that if you were contemplating to start a business in, where you would want to start that business. And I don't think any of those people are making a decision based on the fact that they don't like the landscape. I think what they really dislike is the fact that we tax them too much, we regulate them too much, we drive them offshore, and then we accuse them of being unpatriotic because they left our shores to go someplace where they're treated more fairly. The bottom line for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is to grow our economy, to let it explode, to make America great again in so many ways that people will have the opportunity, and Americans, as I said yesterday, embrace that opportunity and they will make the most of it. We're talking about things that really don't match up, and I think somebody says we keep talking past each other. I just want you to go the entirety of the bill, and where is it that we're going with this? More take-home pay is incredibly important. I said yesterday, nobody ever came to me in the showroom at the car dealership and say, hey, I got a tax credit, I'm going to buy a new truck. But they do come in and they say, you know what, just got a raise down at the mill. Makes it possible for me to buy a new car or a truck. Makes it possible for me to upgrade my home. Makes it possible for me to pay for my kids' education. Makes it possible for me to go into retirement with a little better feel for it. Please. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in its entirety, it is about pro-growth, allowing people to have more take-home pay and having the businesses in the United States and the corporations to actually stay home and make America great again. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Chairman. I strike the last word. And I really do appreciate my colleagues on the other side. And I understand your frustration. It would be nice if we had an expert witness ever to come before this committee on something as important as something that's going to impact 100% of the economy. Not a single witness. You all make some good points. You deem, based on whatever research behind closed doors or whatever assumptions you've made, that these are great policies. So I asked Mr. Bartold again, because you get a lot of questions asked. Is it a guarantee that those with an estate over $11 million will get a tax break from this bill?
Yes, sir, as I explained, the double.
So yes, they will. Is it a certainty that teachers who get a $250 deduction above the line currently will no longer get that if this bill becomes law?
H.R. 1 would repeal that above the line deduction.
That is what we're concerned about. Do the teachers, I have a daughter that's a teacher. Do the teachers, have there been any expert testimony that comes in here and talks about that? Of course not, because this is a political discussion. This is not a policy discussion. I feel badly for a number of you because you've been asked, you're honorable people, you've been asked to carry the water for your leadership to put a bill forward that the other body, and we talk with great experience, us members in the House, on this side of the aisle as well, the other body is going to have a far different way of looking at this. But you're being asked to fall on the sword, to come up with, and it changes almost daily, and I'm sure we'll see another amendment that we haven't had a chance to look at beforehand as well that will pass along party lines to send a bill to the floor that you can hopefully vote on that will not resemble in any shape, manner, or form what the Senate is going to do. I hope our colleagues on the other side of the aisle realize that that is exactly what's going to happen to you. So this is a political discussion. And in that political discussion, you can't understand why we're angry over the fact that we don't have even a single expert witness, and we're told that in the case of school teachers who get a $250 deduction above the line, that, hey, you can't get that because we have to have an estate tax for people making more than $11 million.
Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word. Real quick, this has been a good discussion. Stepping back from the political component of, I'll just mention, my wife is a teacher. She's an educator, and I know she puts in long, dedicated, hard hours, as well as contributions on her own. We don't use that deduction that's available for teachers. But I do know there's a lot of teachers and families that would appreciate having a lot more money in their pocket versus a $250 above-the-line deduction that could translate into $30 or as much as $100 if it's a high-paid teacher, just to have more flexibility in choosing where those dollars are going to be going. But going back to the higher education provisions, we've talked a little bit about eliminating the student deduction, the deduction for interest on loans. Now, this has been a bipartisan proposal in the past. President Obama, in his last budget, recommended eliminating this deduction as well. So I think all of us have been looking for the right, strategic, smart ways to consolidate the 15 education credits and deductions that are out there with 90 pages of forms to make it a lot simpler, a lot clearer, so as families and students are saving for college and preparing to pay off college debt, they've got more flexibility and don't have to deal with all these rules and guidelines. So I think what we're doing here today in the legislation before us in the tax reform plan is making sure we are allowing any student, we're allowing any family to making sure they're going to have more dollars in their pocket to save for the future, to pay off a student loan, but also plan for their retirement, to have more dollars in their pocket. I know families have been contacting me, appreciate that opportunity as they offset the cost of both college and vocational training programs. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Mr. Rice.
I yield to Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Hey, I just wanted to make sure, because I just received an email on our previous 3-minute discussion, Mr. Barthold. Let's go back to section 127. 127 is where a business is functionally providing a subsidy, or sponsorship, however we want to say it, for an employee to do continued education. For that business, it's still a business expense. They still get to remove that from their profit calculation for taxes.
That's correct. It's an employee business expense. It's in a form of compensation.
So, and that's how it is today, and in the current draft, it's still that way.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so first off, we need to get that benchmark down so there's an understanding here. Now, if you or I right now decided to go back to school, the cost for that the income that was required for that, if we do not have this type of 127 sponsorship, it's still, it's still taxable income that we also had to pay payroll tax on. I'm trying to find my equivalency of, if I'm not blessed to have an employer offering this to me, the rest of the world doesn't receive this series of this, both the cash being tax exempt and exempt from payroll.
So under HR 1, you or I, in your example, we might be eligible to claim the American Opportunity Credit as modified under the bill, depending upon our income limits and the number of years in which we may have already claimed the American Opportunity Tax.
Okay, so in many ways, this sort of makes it much more across the board that all Americans sort of at least are treated the same. Well, on the individual side, yeah. I mean,
There's
yes,
a lot of
yeah,
changes.
There's an income
law,
variance.
So I really shouldn't make an opinion about the equivalence, but the taxpayer, as you posited, might well be eligible to claim the American Opportunity Tax Credit as modified.
But it was the key point, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to get to, and I know I'm on Mr. Rice's time, was that the incentive, the tax deductibility as a business expense for the business is not changing. So, we're not creating an impairment there for the likelihood of businesses continuing to do that. And with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman. Or Mr. Rice.
Ms. Wilarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am sitting here and appalled at the conversation that is going on here about teachers and educators, lack of experts. And I, too, am married to an educator. Most of my friends, in fact, my best friend is a teacher. For 20 and 25 years, they have taught. My friend is single, and she buys supplies every year that goes way over this $250 deduction. And when I said to her 2 weeks ago, let me tell you how this works. It's not just about looking anymore at your tax form and having to bring down the amount of money that you spent in your classroom to $250 to get repaid. But we're talking about your new double deduction would be $12,000. More than she's ever deducted by itemization as a single teacher in her entire life. And she looked at me and said, how could that possibly be? I said, because we want you to take more money home. We want you to be able to do more money in your pocket with what you want to do with it. We want to completely circumvent this $250 and let you absolutely have a new freedom you've never had before. I think every teacher in this country deserves a Congressional Medal of Honor for what they do in today's classrooms. The dedication, the loyalty, the ability to take students and completely turn them into successful members of our society, and their passion drives them every morning to get out of bed. We talk about experts. I give you every teacher in this country is an expert on education that none of us have because we're not in the classroom. So after that Congressional Medal of Honor, they deserve a double standard deduction to completely renovate their life, to decide what they want to do with their money, and to recommit to the values of why they are doing this to begin with. So I say to every teacher right here that's listening, you are so valued. You deserve more than we can possibly give you. Right now, what we can give you is a $12,000 standard deduction single and $24,000 that my husband and I have never been able to deduct. And I think this is one of the reasons why we're here today, passionately saying to our fellow Americans, this tax reform bill is about you. And we're committed to move this week and revolutionize not just education, but the American dream for every single American. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Reichert reserves a point of order. Mr. Thompson, if you'll suspend while the amendment's being distributed. Mr. Reichert?
I withdraw my reservation.
Mr. Reichert withdraws his reservation. Mr. Thompson on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prevents a tax hike in this bill, a tax hike that's on middle-class working families pursuing the American dream of home ownership. My amendment does two things. One, it extends the tax relief for struggling homeowners who receive a mortgage debt forgiveness. This would apply to people who have home damage or lose their home in a fire or a hurricane or an earthquake, mudslide, flood, whatever, and they get their mortgage reduced because of this. And then they turn around and they get a tax hike on the amount of the reduction. So not only do they get the reduction, they get a big surprise, and that's a tax increase. And this comes when Americans are struggling the most, trying to figure out how to get into a new home, how to put their life back together again. And this is the last thing that we need to do to these Americans who are hardworking, middle class, and all they want to do is see the American dream of home ownership. This is a bipartisan measure. It's been co-authored by members in this committee. Mr. Reed was a co-author in the past Congress. I think there was 180 co-authors, bipartisan, the last time this was introduced. The second thing that it does, under current law, there's a $500,000 for family, $250,000 for individual exclusion for homeowners who are trying to move up. They sell their home, they want to move up to provide a better home, a bigger home because they have a family. They want to move up from a studio to own their own home. And what this bill does is it increases the number of years that you have to live in your home. Currently, it's 2 of the last 5 years. Under the Republican bill, it increases that to 5 out of the last 8 years. That's patently unfair. This amendment, or this provision in the Republican bill, hurts working middle-class families by lengthening the amount of time they have to stay. It puts the American dream of home ownership, improved home, better home, further out of their reach. And we should be figuring out how to help middle-class working families, help them achieve the American dream of home ownership, better home ownership, greater family opportunities in the home, rather than taking this away from them in order to help the wealthy and to help corporations. I would hope that my Republican colleagues would see the value and the merit in this amendment and join me in helping the middle-class working Americans.
Mr. Schweikert on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is one of those occasions where I have a little bit of expertise, at least on part of this. So, for the gentleman offering the amendment, I want to actually sort of walk through one of the mechanisms here, and one of the things on our side we were actually hoping would actually help create some stability in neighborhoods. Understand, current law right now is really easy to game, and here's the game. Buy a house, rent it for 3 years, live in it for 2, the gain on it is tax-free. So you have this sort of game going where you're constantly rolling houses, sometimes in the same neighborhood, where you live in it, you buy 2 houses, fix one of them up, live in the other, live in it for 2 years, then turn it into a rental for 3, and then roll it. And so if you actually look at the timeline on it, it's basically meant to slow down the sort of game of swapping back and forth. So you're gaming the gain
Would the gentleman
on the
yield?
flipping. Absolutely, Mr. Thompson.
So I don't necessarily agree with your analysis of this, but
Mr. Thompson,
if
tell me.
if I were to.
No, Mr. Thompson, just in the part of the dialogue, tell me what part of that mechanism I have wrong.
I don't represent a lot of people who are gaming the system.
Oh, that wasn't
by
the question.
moving,
That, Mr. Thompson, the question, I just want to make sure we're being absolutely honest that right now the law is 5 years, you have to only live in it 2.
Correct.
So at least we have our facts right.
So if you are correct that there are people who are doing this gaming, as you call it, are you telling me that it's okay for them to game it if they just stay there a little longer?
Mr. Thompson, if you actually take a look then at the mechanism of if I had to live there a little bit longer, my ability to do that constant where I'm renting this property while living in this one and then swapping them. And it's that mechanism that is sort of hiding the game.
But it'd be okay if you live there for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that may be where intellectually we can find something where we're doing just what we, I think, both want to do, which is the stability for neighborhoods and not incentivizing this sort of in and out game that actually creates the disruption.
And the provision of my amendment that would remove the opportunity to hurt people who lose their home in a natural disaster?
Yeah, we'll come back because at some point, hopefully here we can discuss when you've actually had your debt abated, that's always been a taxable event. And we actually gave a forbearance during the mortgage crisis for lots of people.
Correct.
But on this one, I believe your motives are honorable. Do understand, I actually see sort of the neighborhood
Honorable enough
stability
to
issue.
include you as a co-author in my amendment?
We can come back and talk about it because I think there may be another way to get there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm out of time. I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Ms. Chu?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Mr. Reichert reserves a point of order. Ms. Chu, would you suspend while it's being distributed? Mr. Reichert?
I withdraw my reservation.
Ms. Chu, you recognize on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, there are things we could do in a tax bill to actually help the middle class, unlike the Republican bill, which primarily helps corporations and the rich get richer. We can help those in need by expanding the earned income tax credit to childless workers. Right now, in our tax code, working childless adults and non-custodial parents are the only groups that we allow to be taxed into poverty. Specifically, about 7.5 million childless workers are taxed into deeper poverty by federal income and payroll taxes. Why does this happen? Well, right now they are largely excluded from the Earned Income Tax Credit, or the EITC. The EITC is one of the strongest and most effective anti-poverty efforts that our country has to offer. It rewards work and provides support to the most vulnerable amongst us. Yet, EITC for childless workers is currently so small that none of these incentives make a tangible impact. Take the situation of a 21-year-old just starting out in the workforce who does not yet have a child, making poverty-level wages of about $12,500 for manual labor. This worker has $956 in payroll taxes deducted from his paycheck and pays $214 in federal income taxes. The worker receives zero EITC because childless workers under the age of 25 are ineligible. He, in fact, is taxed $1,170 into poverty. That is, the taxes leave him $1,170 below the poverty line. Expanding EITC would have a broad reach, helping taxpayers from every walk of life. If EITC were expanded to include childless workers, the credit is projected to reach about 716,000 veterans and military members and 971,000 workers with disabilities in the first year alone. In the past, Republicans and Democrats alike have lauded the expansion of this credit. In fact, our current Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan himself, expanded the idea in his white paper just a few years ago. But this Republican plan ignores this idea entirely. It completely fails to provide meaningful assistance to individuals without qualifying children. The amendment I offer today would correct this problem. My amendment would lower the age for the eligibility of the credit for childless workers, and it would ensure that working people, and not just the well-off, have a path towards creating more wealth. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Reichert on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. In a Human Resources Subcommittee hearing in September, we examined the causes and consequences of men not engaging in the labor force. And here's what we found. There are roughly 11 million non-custodial fathers in the United States, with close to 25% of them having no earnings, and therefore they're unable to support and care for their children. Some of the contributing factors include lack of post-secondary education and training, resulting in lower wages, growing dependency on public benefit programs, discouraging work and marriage to support their families, drug and alcohol dependency, rising prevalence of criminal records alongside unmet child support orders, the absence of available jobs in many depressed communities, and the weakening of social and cultural norms that expect able-bodied men to go to work. Increasing work and earnings of childless adults is important, but this amendment to the tax code is the wrong solution because it doesn't actually address any of the underlying issues. Instead, we should be more directly engaging these childless workers in more effective ways, which we will be discussing when the committee moves into welfare reform. Back in Washington State, I worked with a group called Divine Alternatives for Dads Services, or DADS as they refer to themselves, which does truly amazing work. They assist fathers by providing resources to help them develop a sense of self, family, and community responsibility. This is all done with the purpose of preventing family violence, broken homes, drug addiction, gang violence, and this is supposed to be focused on strengthening families and their communities, and that's where we need to put our energy. Marvin Charles, the co-founder of DADS, a personal friend of mine, was one of those men who put women on the street to sell their bodies, and he has changed his life through this process and has changed the life of many young men and women in the Seattle area. He said, one of the biggest problems that our nation faces today is fatherlessness. In September, the Human Resources Subcommittee, we held a hearing on this challenge. The comments from the witnesses made me think about the consequences for families and children of working-age men not participating in the workforce. For these men, the possibility of being unable to financially support a family or contribute to the upbringing of their children has a negative ripple effect on the entire community. We simply have to tackle the underlying issues causing this challenge, and the tax code is not the only place where we can do this. We need to make sure we are engaging fathers in the home and outside the home at every step of the policy that we develop. I look forward to working with the HR subcommittee to ensure this happens. I yield back.
Mr. Neal on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that Mr. Reichert's position is offered in a very sincere vein. There's no question of it. But I've worked for a long time on the Earned Income Tax Credit, and I want to support Ms. Chu's amendment. The problem largely in applying the Earned Income Tax Credit is needless complexity. Offering it to single filers makes a good deal of sense. Overwhelmingly, the problem remains in tax preparation. Fraud implies a deliberate effort to move past the law. In this instance here, it's the complexity of the Earned Income Tax Credit, which we all ought to be able to agree on simplifying. Ronald Reagan saw it as a great vehicle. Tip O'Neill saw it as a great vehicle. And you know what the best part about it is for all of us? The Earned Income Tax Credit rewards work. I yield back my time.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the remarks that have been offered already. I appreciate the intent behind the amendment itself. One thing, though, that I think it's important to note is our bill does not pull back on the earned income tax credit. Perhaps it doesn't go as far as some would wish that it would go. Of course, that could be a number of things that I would say in other places in the bill. But I think we need to really take a deep look at how we can truly assist people out of poverty. Yes, there are some good things about the EITC, but when we really look at the struggles that families face, it's a cash flow issue, not a once-a-year payment. Would fix. And so as families face these month-to-month expenses, let's look at that. How can we help them? To me, the best way to help them is to expand the economy, create more jobs. As I mentioned yesterday, the best way to increase wages is for a job applicant to have 2 job offers rather than a group of politicians saying what a wage should or should not be, or what should or should not be included in compensation for an employee. But that dynamic of a growing economy that can create opportunity and a brighter financial future for folks all across the country, rather than having to check in with politicians on various wages or other dynamics. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Blumenauer.
Well, I agree with my friend from Nebraska. I mean, we want to be able to empower people. The Earned Income Tax Credit, which is why it was so strongly supported by people in both parties, including President Reagan, is because it goes directly to people to reward work. It rewards work. And my concern from the outset has been, if we knew that we were going to be able to borrow for 1.4 trillion or 1.5 trillion or 2.3 trillion by the time you pay for interest, where would we prioritize? And I think expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit would have been prioritized by most people on the committee in advance of inheritance tax for billionaires. It would be an opportunity for us, rather than expanding some benefits for some business through the pass-through provision, which don't help most small businesses. We could have restructured that. A couple of good hearings here and an honest discussion about our committee priorities. What would help the most people directly? And I hope that we can, if not, it's unlikely this is going to pass, but I hope that we as a committee can return to things that has been a tried and true premise to reward work, simplify the Earned Income Tax Credit, and be able to help more people directly. I yield back.
Ms. Wilarski on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments today. I, too, support the Earned Income Tax Credit. And I share the Speaker's initiative as well in developing a bridge out of poverty. So for the last 2 years, I chaired a subcommittee in the Agriculture Committee, and it was on nutrition. But we held 17 hearings in 2 years. And we looked at the entire country of what worked and what didn't work in the bridge out of poverty. And what we found as best practices and what we found that was actually working in the country wasn't just people coming in and checking a box. It wasn't just, a number of people that have found themselves in a situation where they had to check that Earned Income Tax Credit box. That was not what the best practices in the country showed us. What it showed us was what was missing in getting people through the bridge out of poverty was building that bridge, that we needed human interaction. So I'll never forget a woman from Chicago that sat on our committee, and she said, you know what made a difference for me? It was people on the front line where I lived. It was job training, and it was job placement, and it was just skills of how to get along. And she said, when I didn't show up at work because my car was broken down and my child was ill, the next day I didn't get a call from my employer, but I got a call from a social worker, and she called to see how things were going, what could she do to help to make sure that this young woman didn't fall back out of her progress of bridging out of poverty, and that was having somebody to be there to put an arm around her and say, hey, you know what? We'll find a way. I'll help you through this. And I think that's one of the things that we've lost in our country is we're not just looking at mass numbers of people. These are people that deserve the dignity and the help that we can all come around and give them. So I would tell you, yeah, I support the Earned Income Tax Credit, but I also support the human interaction that we've lost in this nation by just looking at volumes of numbers. These are people with real faces, with real issues, and we need to have the compassion to come around them and connect them to job skills and job training so they can bridge out just like they bridged in. That's where the hope is in the bridge of poverty in this nation. But I don't support this amendment. I support what we learned to be true in the last 2 years of helping people bridge back into our country in the pursuit of the American dream. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Davis on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I proudly join Representative Chu in offering this amendment. I've championed enhancing the EIT to help childless workers and non-custodial parents since 2005 via the Julia Carson Responsible Fatherhood and Healthy Families Act. Improvements to the economic well-being of childless workers and non-custodial parents promote responsible fatherhood and help those workers who provide for their families. I'm very proud that this amendment lowers the eligibility age to 18 to cover struggling younger workers who current law excludes, such as former foster youth, apprentices, and homeless youth. By starting at 25, the EITC currently disadvantages former foster youth who enter the workforce earlier and experience higher rates of poverty than their peers. The instability, neglect, and abuse experienced by foster youth create barriers to economic stability. We know that approximately 20,000 to 25,000 foster youth between 18 and 21 age out of care annually, with studies indicating that 3/4 are not enrolled in school by age 21. Lowering the EITC age to 18 promises to promote economic well-being, reduce poverty, and increase labor force participation of former foster youth. And that is why many foster youth and child advocacy organizations support my foster EITC bill that lowers the EITC to 18 for foster youth. Some of these individuals and organizations are the Child Welfare League of America, Youth Villages, the Foster Care Alumni Association, First Focus Campaign for Children, the Family Focused Treatment Association, Partners for Our Children, the National Association of Social Workers, and the Juvenile Law Center. We should do much more to give younger workers access to this critical work support that encourages and rewards work as well as offset federal payroll and income taxes. This amendment will promote economic well-being for these hard-working and qualified young workers. I support it and urge its passage. And I yield back the balance.
Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard Mrs. Chu's introduction into this proposed amendment, and Mrs. Chu and I have worked together in the past in Congress. We both served on the Small Business Committee. And in her introduction, she said that the Republican tax plan does nothing for people in poverty and that it is for big corporations. And she listed an example of a young man who worked and made $12,000 a year and he had to pay income taxes, and she said he was taxed into poverty. You know, we've talked for the last couple of days about the various analyses of this plan and how it will, in fact, give tax refunds, more money in people's pockets for people up and down the income spectrum, including people in poverty, and how it will stimulate our economy and that will create economic opportunity for people up and down the income spectrum. But I want to talk about her specific, and that just is ignored. I mean, the folks on the left just completely ignore that. But I want to talk about her specific example of this young man that makes $12,000 a year, and I think she said he had to pay $400 or $500 in income taxes. Well, look at our plan. Our plan doubles the standard deduction to $12,000. So guess what? This young man who makes $12,000 a year, his income tax immediately drops from $400 a year to zero. So that young man, despite their protestations that he receives no benefit, will receive an extra $400 in his pocket. And if you look beyond that and you accept any of these analyses that say that our economy will, in fact, grow as a result of this plan, there will be more competition for workers and wages will rise. And, you know, my opinion throughout this process is to create opportunity. And there's nothing that we can do to create opportunity for better for folks in poverty, including the young man she describes, than to expand our economy. And that resulting opportunity lifts not only him, but lifts all boats, people throughout the spectrum, throughout this patchwork of America. So I understand her passion. I understand her wanting to lift this young man and people in his position. I simply wish that they wouldn't ignore the fact that this plan will immediately put another $400 in his pocket and give him greater opportunity to succeed in this land of opportunity in the future. I yield.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support the Chu Amendment to extend the Earned Income Tax Credit to working childless adults and non-custodial parents. You know, the Earned Income Tax Credit is a great program that works to reward work. You know, so often we want folks to get off of government assistance and work. And this is a program that encourages those who are working to continue to work and provide for their families. I believe this program is a powerful tool. It's shown itself to be a powerful tool for economic opportunity, bringing intergenerational benefits for working families and their children, because it promotes and is based on earnings. And the EITC encourages work and then provides a substantial refund that can be used to help families manage expenses, such as childcare. By extending it to those that are childless, we just encourage more work. Increasing the EITC is a smart investment to promote greater economic mobility and opportunity because it is shown by research to improve educational and health outcomes. Today, the Earned Income Tax Credit is widely recognized as the single most important public source of income support for working families and children. By expanding it to childless adults, we give the same opportunity to low-income and middle-income family units that do not have children. We're expanding it to aunts and uncles and cousins that are non-custodial parents to so many children. Subsidizing wages for working families earning up to $43,000 is an important way that we can make a difference to working and middle-class families. My state of Alabama is the sixth poorest state in the country, and 1 out of every 5 people in my state live below the federal poverty line. Yet, in 2015, in Alabama, 18.7% of the returns claimed earned income tax credit. And if we included childless adults who are working, that would increase by thousands more. The average credit per return was $2,700, Mr. Chairman. That is substantial for those who are living on the margins. This is real money for real working Americans making a real difference. I urge my colleagues to support the Earned Income Tax Credit being extended. Thanks.
Mr. Schweikert on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my comments really, I'll do this quickly, are really on sort of half the amendment. I actually think there's something, we have an elegant solution on part of this. And there's a technology solution that we may be able to move forward on that would remove some of the question about bad actors, would get rid of the delays and the speed, but we have to be willing to have a conversation of a data match model. Whereas someone has turned in their tax returns, they the math says they should qualify a simple data match system to a non-IRS database saying, yes, it looks like yes, the data matches what's out there. Boom, it could be almost auto magic. This is one, I think, on Republicans and Democrats, the sort of, we'll call it the negative income tax model, we believe does incentivize work. If we as a committee, when we get beyond tax reform here, would be willing to take a look at a piece of legislation that our team has actually had for about 4 or 5 years to use a data model to take care of some of these concerns and speed it up, and then you can actually have a debate of if there's actual savings because of removing bad actors, could that savings be used somewhere else? Great conversation. I appreciate good intentions, but we need to do something I think it's much more holistic and much more elegant and actually would make it much more simple and efficient. With that, yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call is requested, so pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms.
Mr.
Delbene?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry reserves a point of order. Ms. Delbene, would you suspend while the amendment's being... Mr. Teaberry?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Teaberry withdraws his point of order. Mrs. Delbene, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Housing affordability in my region, in the Puget Sound region, is at the lowest level since 2010 and getting worse. The median home price in King County is 64.5% higher than it was 5 years ago, while wages have only risen 25%. And this trend is getting worse due to a growing population, land constraints, and infrastructure that definitely needs updating to keep up. Families are struggling to have a safe place to raise their kids and put down roots. This overall lack of affordable housing is making our homelessness crisis much worse. We have people living on our streets in tent cities with public health risks and living conditions that simply should not exist in our country. Yet the Republican tax reform plan would worsen the state of affordable housing by eliminating tax-exempt private activity bonds and missing this opportunity to expand the low-income housing tax credit. According to the Washington State Housing Finance Commission, 2,088 affordable apartments that would house over 4,000 people in 6 counties across my state that are currently planned for the next 2 years would not be built without private activity bonds. By eliminating tax-exempt private activity bonds, this bill is going to prevent 2,088 families earning less than 60% of median income in their area from renting housing that they can afford. Private activity bonds have helped build more than 76,000 apartments across the state of Washington and over 46,000 home loans for first-time home buyers. And yet my colleagues simply want to eliminate this to pay for massive corporate tax cuts. That's why my amendment reinstates private activity bonds. Without multifamily revenue bonds, almost half of the low-income housing tax credit program nationwide will disappear. And with it, thousands of jobs and millions of dollars for local economies, not to mention much-needed housing. So my amendment would also expand the low-income housing tax credit, an idea that is bipartisan right here in this committee and being led by Chairman Hatch in the Senate. By making 50% more credits available, we could make as many as 400,000 more affordable housing units available over the next 10 years. These policies support seniors, loans for beginning farmers to buy their first acres, nonprofit facilities like YMCAs and museums, all of which we finance by issuing private activity bonds. My constituents and people across the country are struggling to afford a safe place to live. Cutting these critical lifelines is unconscionable, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. Neal, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an excellent amendment. I've had a long history with many of the issues that Ms. Delbene has spoken of. I raised some years ago the cap on the private activity bond allocation, chief sponsor of the low-income housing tax credit, and I think she would agree that we also should be restoring the new markets tax credits as well. So this amendment deals with one of the most complex aspects of American life, the housing market. And she spoke of the whole issue of income elasticity and what's happened. We've talked about what happens with home ownership. We've talked about what has happened with those who rent. But the truth is you still need to generate more units at levels that people actually will have a chance to find their way into. So this is really, amongst the debate that we're having today, one of the best amendments that's offered, because it speaks right to middle-class frustration. And even though the term low-income housing tax credit implies it's low income, it goes well beyond that in terms of people getting into the housing market. So this is a very well-done amendment, and I want to urge all to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move to strike the last word on Ms. Delbene's amendment. The tax code has historically been a key element in our housing and infrastructure policy. And this bill seeks to decapitate those industries without so much as a hearing. When Chairman Camp started the process of reviewing the tax code, my friend Mr. Johnson from Texas and I co-chaired the Housing Committee. He had 9 meetings, and then nothing happened. I know that we did not come to any consensus on this ill-conceived changes proposed in this bill before us. We must restore tax-exempt private equity bonds, which communities across the country rely on for infrastructure funding. Before the majority decided to eliminate these bonds, I'd been working with Mr. Reed and Mr. Meehan to expand the use of private equity bonds. What happened? Where did they go? Have you abandoned ship? Our bipartisan bill, do you remember the Sustainable Water Infrastructure Bill, trying to get through 12 years, bipartisan support, would allow PABs to be used for water infrastructure projects. They know that cities and towns across the country are facing a major challenge in replacing their aging and worn-out infrastructure. With constraints on local budgets, private activity bonds are the best method of pumping billions of dollars of private capital into public infrastructure projects, while shifting the economic risk away from municipalities and towards the private sector. These private equity bonds are used for projects across the country: airports, hospitals, schools, assisted living facilities, solid waste facilities. Thousands of U.S. colleges and universities and hospitals and charities and municipalities rely on private activity bonds to provide capital financing for funding infrastructure projects, including not-for-profit health care in higher education institutions. I ask unanimous consent to add to the record letters from the AHA, the New Jersey Hospital Association, supporting the retention of private activity bonds. Private activity bonds are a growing source of financing for low-cost housing. And need I remind you, without the bond financing the industry's catastrophe looms at a time when an estimated 25 million families and seniors are paying more than 50% of their monthly income in rent.
Gentleman's time has expired. Dr. Davis, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chicago has lost more than 200,000 people during the last decade. And one of the main reasons has been the lack of affordable housing. So when we talk about equity bonds to finance, we talk about tax credits, we talk about new market initiatives, all of these entities have been lifesavers. And I'm afraid that without them, there are going to be many distressed areas across the country that have been laid to waste because there has not been the redevelopment that needs to take place. So I strongly support this amendment, urge its passage, and if we don't pass it right now, let's find a way to keep these resources flowing into distressed urban and rural communities throughout the United States of America. And I yield to Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Chairman, there are real projects at stake if you insist on doing this. The Riverside development of 245 units in my town, where I live, Paterson, New Jersey, would be significantly jeopardized because it is highly dependent upon tax-exempt bond issue for the financing. Town next to me, Clifton, New Jersey, just got a letter from the owner of the property. 3,000 units in jeopardy. And you are pro-business? You got to be kidding me. These bonds are used for public purposes. At a time when our infrastructure is crumbling, or do we disagree on that? We need more investment, not less investment. There is nothing in this tax bill that would directly boost infrastructure. In fact, you didn't put a dime in there.
Would the gentleman yield for just 5? I just want to
Absolutely.
ask you a question.
Sure, ask me anything you wish.
I thought the gentlewoman's amendment is on relating to low-income housing projects, and you're talking about a whole bunch of other projects. Is that
I'm talking about low-income projects. What the heck do you think I'm talking about? Mars?
I'm listening. You're going off on a tangent about infrastructure and everything else.
Well, that's part of what activity bonds are used for. I'm just using that.
No, I do understand that. But I think
Oh,
the gentlelady's amendment was on low-income housing credits.
And it is on the private activity bonds, repealing what is in the underlying bill, and
if I may,
and on low-income housing tax.
Dr. Davis still controls the time. I think he's yielded to Mr. Pascrell, and we'll honor that.
Thank you. My turn, right?
4 out of time. Gentleman has yielded back.
Oh, that was very, very
But
coy.
Mrs.
very
Sewell,
coy.
Representative Sewell may come to your rescue. Representative Sewell is, although you've done that often.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I keep scratching my head when I got to this part of the bill, of H.R. 1. I don't understand how we can eliminate private activity bonds, new market tax credits, advance refundings for municipal bonds. These are all programs that have worked. You know, the private activity bond has been in the tax code for 103 years because it finances very critical public facilities. Infrastructure, low-income housing, energy facilities, the uses are countless. I'm going to yield to Susan to finish my statement.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. I I just wanted to highlight again, these are programs that support seniors, loans for beginning farmers, YWCAs, museums. They all are financed by issuing private activity bonds, and the low-income housing tax credit is a proven policy, and we should be building on it, not letting it rot, because pretending we're leaving it intact when in reality, if we eliminate private activity bonds, we're weakening the way the credits work, and that will impact housing across our country. So let's remember tax reform. Tax reform is about choices, and right here we do have a choice to make. Are we focused on making sure we have a lavish 15% tax cut for corporations and forcing more people to sleep on the street? Or are we going to let proven programs continue? My constituents, people across the country, we have people struggling to find a place to live, to afford housing. This is our opportunity to actually put this right again, and we should actually be improving low-income housing tax credit. Again, that has been a bipartisan program. So I encourage people to support the amendment, and Ms. Sewell's not here, but I'll yield the remaining of the time to Mr. Pascrell.
Mr. Chairman, the real estate industry, which opposes this legislation, has weighed in with the Senate, United States Senate. The affordable housing advocates have been vocal as well as in getting the message across on the elimination of the tax-exempt financing and its devastating effects on affordable housing. There is nothing in any fact that I saw or any information that I've read that would lead me to think differently. So why would you do this? At the same time, we have made it clear, they've made it clear that tools like the historic tax credit and the new markets tax credit should be retained. I've had all of these letters in them, entered some in the record, Mr. Chairman. I've had all of these records sent to me over the last 2 days. No one in controversy to this.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pascrell. The gentleman's time has expired.
You're welcome.
T-Berry, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak on the amendment offered by the gentle lady from Washington State. Don't seem very worthy. She and I could put our years together in Congress and we wouldn't have the experience that Mr. Pascrell and Mr. Neal have on this issue. They have been amazing leaders, both here in Congress and in their previous roles in public life, amazing advocates of these programs. And I can't, quite frankly, disagree with anything either of them said. This is a program that is supported by a lot of Republicans. It's private-public partnership. It's housing that's needed. And I, too, am disappointed that it's not in this bill. Low-income housing tax credit is still in this bill, and I continue to advocate beefing it up, as others on this side of the aisle. But at the end of the day, the chairman has a really tough job, a balancing act that would be equivalent to somebody on a circus wire, Mr. Chairman, and I say that affectionately, that circus wire. But I will say that Mr. Neal is dead on target, as is Mr. Pascrell. And this is something that the Congress has to work on. And I pledge to work with Mr. Neal and Mr. Pasquale and the gentlelady from Washington, as I know members of this side of the aisle, every step of the way this process.
The gentleman yield?
I will yield in just 1 minute.
Yep.
At the same time, Mr. Neal knows this. These bonds have been used for golf courses. I don't think anybody on this dais thinks that's an appropriate use when we have the housing crisis that we have today. For office buildings, I don't think that anybody on this dais thinks that that's an appropriate use when we have communities in Washington State and communities in Ohio that are suffering from housing units not being there. And so I want to just tell the ranking member, honestly, because he's been a champion on these issues forever, much longer than when I was still a kid in college, he was an advocate, along with Jack Kemp and Ronald Reagan. And I will yield to the gentleman.
Thanks. I want to thank Mr. Teeberry, first of all, for his nice words, as always. And I want to just tell you this. If you vote with us on this, I will not tell Chairman Brady.
Taking back my time, I will, and the chairman knows this, I'll continue to work with the chairman to be an advocate, to try to tighten up the language, to stop those abuses, and to make sure that we help the very people that the gentlelady from Washington talked about. So I urge my colleagues a no vote for now. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will continue to work with you on these important issues. Thank you. Mr. Levin, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I just want to say, you know, we've addressed the abuses and have tried to effectively curtail any abuse over the years. But how do you end abuse by eliminating a provision? How does that work? How do you do that? And Mr. Teeberry, you said the chairman has a major balancing act. That's true. But what we very much object to is the imbalance in this bill. This bill has this limit of 1.5 or more than that in terms of deficit increase. But what has happened here is instead of trying to address perhaps a problem in this provision, there's instead been immense benefits in so many ways for the very wealthy. So we don't deny for a minute there is a balancing act. There is in every tax bill. There was 25 years ago or 30 years ago. But what we very much object to, Mr. Teeberry, is how you balanced and where you put things on the scale. And when you put the scale up, essentially what you have is the elimination of many provisions that have helped the middle class and lower income people who are trying to join the middle class.
The gentleman yield?
Let me just finish. And then you put way on the scale, you pile on benefits for the very, very wealthy. And so I don't think you should congratulate yourselves on the balance because it's so imbalanced. Instead, you ought to join and support this amendment as a way to say you need to change the balance. I'll yield.
So, again, big supporter of low-income housing tax credit, big supporter of what the bonds do in some areas, not in all areas. But there are more people under this bill, there are more Americans who at the lower end will not pay income taxes distributionally, according to joint tax. Mr. Barthold can answer that question based upon the tables. More Americans who will, at the lower end, who will not be paying income taxes.
But let me just say...
I'm just refuting a statement that you made, Mr. Levin. I'm not going to argue with you on the low-income housing tax credit, but I am going to argue with you on the low-income and middle-class Americans.
Okay, but...
They will be paying less taxes under this bill.
No, but all middle-class people will not be paying less taxes. That has become very clear.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Kind, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I do want to speak in favor of the amendment. You know, this amendment really gets to the juice that makes a lot of the projects go back home. It's an important incentive that creates these public-private partnerships that really make things happen in each of our committees, in each of our states throughout the country. And what's more, it's not a huge hit in the tax code as far as the revenue implications. I mean, we're talking about a bill that's delivering a 44% marginal tax rate reduction for corporations in this country. And we're taking away private activity bond incentives in the code that makes so many of the vital programs back home essential, including the low-income housing projects that we all have in our community as well. In fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation, again, who's been sitting here silently most of the day, and their analysis of the bill has shown us that 4/5 of the bill's aggregate tax cut, 4/5, will go to corporations or business owners making over $260,000 a year. And that 21% of the benefits in this bill will actually reach individuals and middle-class families. You talk about a weighting that is so disproportionate to what's needed right now to help working families in the middle class around the country. And yet the private activities bonds is something that helps projects move forward, that benefits all of our communities. So if we can at least approach tax reform in this debate under the philosophy of first do no harm, because this has been a vital program that has proven its worth over and over again, that would be a good place to start, actually, in taking a run at the code. And I'd be happy to yield to my friend from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Kind. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask a unanimous consent request to submit in the record a letter from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. Their letter talks about their opposition to eliminating the private activity bonds. And so just ask your request, or ask your
Without
consent.
objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Renacci, you recognize to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to first tell my friend, Mr. Pasquarello, I'm not on Mars. I'm here with you. And when I asked you the question, it was because, let's face it, there are abuses in private activity bonds. There are abuses, and we have to admit there are abuses, whether it's a golf course, whether it's stadiums, all these things, these are abuses. And I was asking the question because I also, like my friend Mr. T. Berry, am a supporter of low-income housing credits. I was asking the question because if this, I asked you specifically, does this zero in to low-income housing credits? And you said, of course, but then you started down this path. I would not support this amendment because it's too broad and takes into consideration too many things that are also include abusive issues. But I do believe that we have to make sure that and that's one of the reasons why I believe low-income housing credits are involved and still in the code. But again, I think every time I say something to you, you tell me I'm either on Mars, I'm on Jupiter, or I'm whatever. I'm just trying to get the specific answer. So I would not support this amendment, but I will yield. I'll yield some time to you.
My friend from Ohio, because the legislation is broad. It not only deals with low-income housing, it deals with historic money, it deals with PAB money, it deals with a lot of things. That's why I responded to it. I'm not just going to respond to one part of the piece of legislation. You've read the whole thing yourself. It is a broad part of the bill, and that's why I responded the way that I did.
All right. Well, again, we are friends. We need to keep it friendship here, and we will, no matter what we go through.
We'll be friends on Mars, too.
But I do say, as I read this, and of course we just get this today, it says increase in state allocation for low-income housing credit. And that's what I'm a supporter of. I know Mr. T-Bear is, and probably a lot of members on both sides are supportive of. But I think there are also abuses, which we know there are abuses in private activity bonds, and it's one of the reasons why I would not support this amendment.
No one in this group of Democrats, Republicans, accepts or in any manner, shape, or form hides abuses. We all want to get rid of them. But you don't throw away the larger program because of those abuses. Because if you do that, you'll think you're solving the problem, but you're not. It'll only show up some other place. History shows this. So we're not for here advocating abuses, but private activity bonds, as an example, part of all this legislation, is something that I know you've supported in the past. And I know that's the only way sometimes you can get projects done.
We're running out of time, but I'll always be friends with you in Jupiter, Mars, wherever. We'll keep working together.
Thank you. Our time has expired. Mr. Paulson, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you know, and members of the committee know of my support also for the low-income housing tax credit, which I think you, as a member leading the committee, have recognized. I would associate my comments with Mr. Pasquarello, Ms. Delbeni, about the value of this program, and knowing that the low-income housing tax credit is retained and kept in place as a part of the tax reform bill. You know, we also have to acknowledge there will be challenges with private activity bonds being removed. And I hope our conversation can continue on that, to making sure that we are looking at ways to making sure that it's going to be available for low-income housing or charter schools or hospitals, whatever that may be, as this process moves forward. Because this is not the last step today, certainly, And it is true that the reform bill we have before us is going to put more money in the hands of low and middle income folks, which is going to be beneficial to them. But I also think we have to take a finer and a sharper pencil to making sure that the low-income housing tax credit in particular is going to be effective and strategically look at that in the future. So I would oppose the amendment today, but hope that we will continue to have that conversation.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Paulson. Mr. Kelly, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and I would like to associate myself with a lot of the remarks. I think the gentlelady from Washington is right. Earl and I are together on a PABS bill. I don't know of anything that is better for us than things that really have an uplifting. And whether it's low-income housing, which we're talking about, whether it's the historic tax credits or the new market tax credits, I agree with you. Those are so good. In fact, there's a study from Rutgers when you get to the historic tax credits to show the upside of that. And these are mostly your jobs bills, so I do agree with you. But the amendment is so broad. When you come to stadiums, I'm so tired of hearing about some of these people that get these breaks that don't need a break, and I mean that sincerely. If people want to give me a break for building a new car dealership, that'd be great. I'd like to get that kind of money, but I have to pay for it out of my own pocket. I think we look at these amendments, and in their entirety, our concern is, and I'm with the chairman on this, and with what Mr. Teeberry has said, this is such a tough thing that we're trying to keep in balance with. All the hearings that we've listened to, when we have people from the corporations that come in, and please, let's not put all these people in the same box that these are horrible people that are getting these huge tax breaks. When you ask them why they've left, why we have the base erosion problem, the answer is always the same, that there's a better place in the world to go where they don't get beat up on taxes the way we beat them up. And if we're 23rd in the world and places to start a business, we need to look at how do we bring those jobs back home? How do we keep the jobs that are here? But I will tell you, Mr. Delaney, and I think I am so much on board with you when you talk about some of these things, Billy, same way, and with Pat, and with Jimmy, what he just said. Listen, and with Earl, we've been to places, public buildings, our schools, our police departments, our fire departments, that we need to have these tools in there for them. Yeah. So I'm willing to work forward on anything we can do to improve that situation. On the amendment today, I just think it's too broad, so I won't be able to vote for it. But I know where you're going with it. I think it's absolutely positive, and I think it's what we look at going forward is how do we create jobs? How do we keep jobs here in America? How do we create jobs in America? And are we doing what we say we need to do? I just don't make it a back and forth between rich versus poor and giving big breaks to corporations. I just think we lose the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. So for me, it's not about saving, not taking care of our public buildings and some of the PABs, what we're trying to do. It's about making sure that the United States of America is the best country in the world to start a business and to keep your business here and not lose it to other places that game the system and take our jobs from us, and we end up with lower tax revenue because they've left. So I'm with you on the bill. I can't vote for it because I think it's too broad, and I yield back.
Next. Mr. Schweiker. All right, Mr. Schweiker, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is one of those, Mr. Barthold, I'm going to need your help on this because I actually want us all to think through some of the interactive effects here of the change in tax rates, the value of the credits, and also the fact that, so let's actually walk through some of the sense. Mr. Barthold, the tax credit, we'll refer to them as low-income tax credit, those still exist. Are we changing those?
There's no change in the chairman's mark to Section 42, the low-income housing tax credit.
Okay, so that part of the equation is staying. What we're talking about right here is private activity bond side. Who are the primary purchasers of this tax-exempt debt?
Private activity bonds are generally purchased by individuals.
And the basic
corporations, but primarily individuals.
Okay, so the basic incentive of this is if I'm a high-income individual, I will purchase this if I'm able to basically use the tax exempt for saying I'm getting the same yield as a corporate bond. If I'm actually in a world where my tax rates, my tax liabilities have changed, do we expect actually there to be any effects on interest rates on these types of bonds in an environment where marginal tax rates have been reduced?
Well, the simple answer is yes. There's multiple aspects of the legislation that would affect the market for tax-exempt bonds, sir. I mean, classic supply and demand. the elimination of the ability to issue private activity bonds. Remember, you've left governmental bonds unchanged. That would change the supply of potential tax-exempt instruments in the market. It would tend to reduce that supply. On the other hand, as you were noting, the demand for tax-exempt debt by investors is determined by competing investment opportunities and comparing the after-tax rate of return on that to the tax-exempt return. And so after-tax rates of return change with reductions.
Will the gentleman yield?
Well, there's just one little point here in my last, I want to get to. So, Ms. Bartle, do we have any sense how many in the C corporate world right now are purchasing this type of tax-exempt debt?
I do not have that at my fingertips, but tax-exempt debt is held by corporations. Some insurance companies use it as part of their reserves, as one example. Some banks, particularly some local banks, hold local governmental tax-exempt debt.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I was just trying to get my head around the tax efficiency and the breadth of the desire for it in a world where, you know, tax rates and those have changed, and we will have to get together and sort of analyze, you know, the depth of that market and the need. And with that, yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Blumenauer, you recognize.
Thank you,
Speak
Mr.
on the
Chairman.
amendment.
I will just take one moment. I want to pick up where my friend Mr. Kelly left off. We have an infrastructure funding crisis in this country. We have not kept pace. We have a highway trust fund that cannot meet its ongoing obligations, and we fill that with all sorts of gimmicks. And it means that state and local don't have the partnership. The private sector is really paying a heavy price for our inaction. This is the jurisdiction of our committee, and I hope that we get to the point where we're going to embrace our responsibility, and we will find that there is broad bipartisan support for increasing revenues, not the deficit. But I take exception to zeroing out the private activity bonds. I mean, I've worked with Mr. Kelly on this. We've seen the impact. It's grown increasingly important because Congress has not kept up its responsibilities as a partner with the state and local government. So I strongly support this amendment, and I hope that we will reach the point. This is an area, if we actually had hearings, brought people in, we'd be able to cover a lot of ground, resolve questions, and be able to come together for something that would be really good for the country, rather than using this bill to eliminate it. Thank you.
Yield.
And I will yield to my friend, Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you. In the project that I mentioned a little while ago in Clifton, New Jersey, it's a part of a building which is being built for 92 seniors. However, they can't purchase the property to next May, so this bill would go into effect after December 31st. This person would not have purchased the property. All the paperwork has been done. And there are 3,000 senior applications for the 92 spots. This may be just a small example of what we're talking about here. And it is dependent, this project, on private activity bonds. This is not someone who's just come in lately, outstanding, perfect record on housing, delivers when they're supposed to deliver, and delivers to our seniors. What do we say to this person? Do you know the anxiety that's going to be created over this? There's a tremendous amount of, that's the last thing the senior needs, besides wondering what his rent's going to be. He doesn't need the anxiety, nor do builders need that anxiety. And that's what we're creating here. So we are talking about a wide scope bill, you're right, but I didn't put these things into the bill, you did. And that's why we have to respond. I think you're doing an injustice, and I don't think you want to do it, but you're going along to get along here, and I think it's going to hurt a lot of people. I ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, when you came up with the cost of this program, can you walk me through a little bit of the mechanics? Do you just simply look at the projected loss to the Treasury of the, assuming the maximum utilization on the bond allotment?
Are you asking just about tax-exempt bond analysis, sir?
About the PAB, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything you said. We've actually have a document that explains in detail how we do estimates of proposed changes in tax-exempt bonds. We actually look at a portfolio model. We try to compare what alternative after-tax rates of return are to rates of return on that would otherwise be tax-exempt, how a proposed change might shift who the holders would be and what the effective tax rates of those are, how it might change holdings of taxable instruments by taxpayers. And we measure that all relative to projections, baseline projections of issuance of different types of tax-exempt securities. So, for example, we've tried to track the amount of tax-exempt debt that goes to private activity bonds as opposed to governmental, and within private activity bonds, different types of private activity bonds.
Are you finding the private activity bonds fully utilized, or is there underutilization?
Currently, there's, as I know you're aware, there's volume cap on a number of types of tax-exempt debt. Some of the volume cap is carried forward.
It's carried forward.
It's carried forward, which means not full utilization.
So could you legislatively cap the carry forward or forbid the carry forward?
In the past, the Congress has modified carry forwards, changed the amount of allocations.
Yeah. So you could affect the overall cost to the Treasury by several mechanisms.
There's at sometimes Congress has considered sunsetting certain types of private activity bonds while leaving the rest in place. Those would all affect the budgetary, have a budgetary effect, sir.
Congress has the ability to look at that, the broad use of that, and make a determination what is the highest and best use for PABs, and legislate that.
The Congress, in my time here, has had a number of hearings related to the use of tax-exempt securities.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman yield back. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized to speak on the amendment. Are you good? Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Representative Dabeni. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I'd like to give members a little outlook for the rest of the day and tomorrow. So we expect floor votes around 1:30, between 1:30 and 2:30. We will, as we did yesterday, come back and vote on the committee pending amendments. We'll continue through the rest of the day. There'll be a second series of votes. Later in the afternoon, we'll come back and again address those pending votes. That will conclude today. Tomorrow, we will conclude the markup at a time certain to be determined, and I will get that to Mr. Neal as soon as we know.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't we go longer tonight?
Yes, we could for a certain period.
I think we maybe doing
Let's
that,
go
we
through.
might be able to get some of our work done.
So let's discuss doing that, because one of the things I want to do is make sure we can get to as many amendments as we can. And we also have the option of moving to 2 minutes per member during the amendment debate. That might also try to accelerate how many amendments are offered as well. So let's look at those options. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pascrell, for what purposes gentlemen seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment has at the desk, Mr. Nunes. Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
has.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Every disaster, Mr. Chairman, in our country is a tragedy. Mr. Thompson saw it firsthand last month when the wildfire devastated his district. I've been fighting for disaster relief for Hurricane Sandy victims since 2012, relief that never came. There are still families not back in their homes today, 5 years later. And while we had to fight for every penny of assistance, the same tax relief accorded to the victims of Hurricane Katrina, the major hurricanes going back years, was denied victims of Sandy. This year, the chairman of this committee put forward, without any debate or committee process, selective tax relief for victims of Hurricanes Maria, Irma, Harvey, and attached it to the FAA reauthorization. Amazingly, the bill before us today eliminates provisions from that tax relief plan passed just 6 weeks ago, preserving only property casualty loss deductions, and only for this year's hurricane victims. This bill is another opportunity to snub victims of disasters across the rest of the country. Hurricanes don't discriminate. They don't ask if you're a Republican or a Democrat before wreaking devastation. Politics should never be the determining factor in who gets relief and who doesn't. Selectively choosing relief for victims in Texas, while you would deny victims in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, West Virginia, the Carolinas, Utah, California, many other states, is not a good policy. That's why I've worked with my friend, Mr. Reed of New York, on the Bipartisan National Disaster Tax Relief Act. Mr. Reed can confirm to the committee that our bill takes politics out of the equation, making available robust tax relief provisions for every federally declared disaster area. Victims can be assured that assistance will be there when disasters strike. It wouldn't require an act of Congress every time a new disaster hits. This amendment would provide retroactive tax benefits to taxpayers who suffered from past natural disasters, 2012, 2015, while also providing a package of relief provisions that are effective for all natural disasters from 2016 going forward. This includes relief for victims of the recent wildfires in Northern California, Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria. This bill would ensure that U.S. territories impacted by natural disasters like Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, still reeling from the devastating storms, have the adequate tools and economic support. One area far from full recovery is Puerto Rico. Our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico are still without water, clean water, infrastructure from after Hurricane Maria devastated the island in September. This hurricane came after an economic hurricane, nearly a decade of recession. This bill would bring parity to Puerto Rico. While Puerto Ricans today do not file federal income taxes, most EITC recipients on the mainland do not make enough in income to file federal taxes either. I ask you
Gentleman's
to
time has
consider
expired.
this amendment, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman, I continue to reserve my point of order. This amendment is 102 pages long. I think our whole tax bill is only 429 pages long, so it's going to take us a while to get through it. So I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
My
Thank
point
you.
of order.
Mr. Neal, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very good amendment and a very good proposal by Mr. Pasquale. The American family in Puerto Rico and in the Virgin Islands, they are really suffering. And I think that the difficulty that we've had in getting assistance to them, considering the fact that here we are weeks later, and the power for the majority of the people on the island of Puerto Rico still has not been restored. Now, part of that, obviously, we could discuss about what the nature of the grid is, but beyond that, an infusion of support here from the capital would be very helpful to the people who live on the island of Puerto Rico. And I heard the debate, which still stuns me, when I heard people on the floor of the House say this is a down payment. A down payment on food and water? A down payment? We should be coming to the aid of Puerto Rico in the Virgin Islands, not the least of which is because it's part of the American family. And when they're suffering, like we've done throughout our work with the national principal, whether it was Texas or California or my own constituency of Massachusetts just a few years ago, we want to come to their assistance very quickly. And honoring the whole notion of the national principle essentially simply says, we don't ask what your political affiliation is. We don't ask whether you live in a red state or a blue state. We don't ask about gender. We don't ask who you voted for in the last election. We simply say, we're coming to your assistance forthwith.
Yeah, Mr. Nunes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order on the amendment because it is not germane to the amendment in nature of a substitute. The amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because it amends the Social Security Act.
Does the gentleman wish to speak on the point of order?
If this isn't germane, nothing's germane. We ought to go home right now, hit the gavel, goodbye, and pass whatever you want to pass. This is talking about our citizens. This is saying Puerto Ricans aren't second-class citizens, and damn it, Jersey people aren't either. This is saying to you, you have a responsibility to everybody, Mr. Nunes, me included. And you discriminate against me because I'm from New Jersey. We'll settle it outside, but we'll settle it right here now. That's what this is about.
No,
don't give me the baloney about what's germane and not germane. We can go every one of these amendments and talk about what's germane. Harry?
Gentleman like to yield?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Thompson, I'm prepared to rule. I will make this clarification, though.
May I speak on the?
So I'm prepared to rule at this time. So the amendment is not germane. The amendment, the nation substitute, because it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7 by amending the Social Security Act. Point of order is sustained. The amendment is not in order.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
I appeal
First
of all, I appeal the ruling of the chair. And second of all, I'm going to walk out of this place if this isn't germane. Because you got a legal problem on your hand now.
Mr.
So,
Chairman.
gentlemen, appeal the ruling of the chair. Mr. Pascal?
I yield the opinion of the chair.
You appeal the ruling chair.
Yes.
Mr. Nunes, you move the table?
I move the table.
Questions on the motion, table the appeal of the chair's ruling. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No!
The chair, the ayes have it. The motion
You got to be
tables
kidding
agreed
me. You
to.
got to need a hearing aid or something for crying out loud.
And the motion to table
Let's
is
be
agreed.
fair about this, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other
Chairman?
amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I ask
What
Yes.
purposes, gentlemen?
I ask
require?
unanimous consent to put into the record my statement that I was going to make on this amendment, and it impacts my district, as Mr. Pascrell stated, very much, and I believe it is incumbent upon this committee to deal with these issues. They're not partisan issues, and it's not just about my fire or Puerto Rico's hurricane. This is about every community that every one of us represent. We don't know when the next natural disaster is going to hit, nor do we know whose district that natural disaster is going to take place
Thank you,
in.
Mr.
And
Thompson.
I would also like unanimous consent to read into the place in the record this letter from the mayor of the city of Sonoma in my district, who also takes exception to the way your bill handles people who have been affected by a natural disaster in her city.
Without objection. Are there further amendments to the
Mr. Chairman.
amendment in nature substitute?
Chairman,
Mr. Pascrell, for what purpose?
Yes, I just want you to know, I'm going to strike from the bill that you just laid aside for a few moments, the part dealing with the Medicare section. I'm going to strike that part from the bill. I'm coming right back with that amendment again.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Pascal. We welcome that discussion.
Record the
Are there other-
vote. We want a recorded vote on whether you're...
Are
You're
you seeking a recorded vote on the
fixing it.
appeal of the chair? So a recorded vote is requested? Clerk will call the roll.
Go ahead, vote. You want to recorded vote on the appeal of the chair?
Are you seeking a recorded vote on the appeal of the chair? So a recorded vote is requested? Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? I know he's back there. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan?
And he'll get to speak again.
Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Smith of Missouri? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, aye.
What? Yeah.
The gentlelady is not recorded. No. Ms. Sanchez, no. All right. The gentleman's not recorded. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will call the roll, or report the vote.
23 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 23 ayes and 16 nays, the motion table is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Sewell, for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to offer an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Nunes? Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentlelady to suspend while the clerk distributes. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this amendment that would fully restore advance refunding bonds. As a former public finance lawyer, I know how important advance refundings are. I'm quite familiar with the fact that tax exemptions for advance refundings to municipal governments are an important tool for financing infrastructure and other community projects. As we discussed on private activity bonds, advance refundings allow the municipalities an opportunity to take advantage of a refinancing that would decrease the interest rates. The current exemption allows state and local governments to refinance or buy back outstanding bonds in order to lower their interest rates. The effect of this is that it reduces their borrowing costs and frees up resources for investment in new public projects. Every taxpayer has an interest in making sure that their local government has all the tools they need to use the people's tax dollars as prudently as possible. Eliminating advance refundings would likely result in less overall investment in infrastructure as well as needed public projects at a time when our infrastructure upgrades are long overdue and sorely needed. All over my state, advance refundings have supported colleges and universities, local and county municipalities, public health care, and transportation infrastructure projects. In fact, Children's Hospital in Birmingham issued $235 million in bonds during the beginning of the recession in 2009. Thanks to advance refundings, they were able to refinance in 2015 under improved economic conditions and save millions of dollars of taxpayer money. Last year, the city of Tuscaloosa in my district used advance refundings to save their residents over $3.2 million on municipal improvement projects. Mr. Chairman, I believe that eliminating the provision is short-sighted and imprudent. I would ask that my colleagues support this common sense amendment to restore the exemption for advance refunding bonds. I also would like to unanimous consent to submit for the record this letter from the National Association of Bond Lawyers
Without
in
objection.
support of the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any members wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Neal.
Against, no, again, for.
Let me see on our side. Mr. Neal's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the most important, I think, opportunities at the local government level is what you can undertake with tax-exempt financing. I think it works for the community, it works for the investor, and it certainly offers a mission statement for accomplishing big things, including the building of public schools, hospitals, roadways, airports, bridges, and even rail improvements. So I think that Ms. Sewell's proposal here makes a good deal of sense. I always thought it was a very important day when you actually brought the bonds to market. They were advertised full page and now in other avenues of technology. But if there was a sure return on your investment, it was tax-exempt financing. So it was good for all that were involved, and so I'm very pleased to support Ms. Sewell's amendment.
So anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Questions on the, excuse me, Representative Dalbeni, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Sewell.
I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding time. I know I got a little choked up talking about private activity bonds, but I do really believe that private activity bonds, along with advance refundings, as well as new market tax credits and historic tax credits, are really useful tools for helping to get public projects done. It's a way of not only incentivizing tax-exempt bonds, incentivizing investment in infrastructure, but it also is the lifeline of so many of the public entities that we all represent. Everything from cities and counties to hospitals to universities. It's critically important for low-income housing. These are really important financing tools that really put our money where our mouth is. We talk about public-private partnerships all the time, and this is a way that we can use the tax code to really elevate and help our local communities. I know that for me, so many of my distressed and underserved communities would never get money in order to improve their infrastructure or to build a library or to build a post office or to build a new fire station. The only way that they can get that money is through the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. And I just think that this has been an age-old, nonpartisan issue. We've all seen the benefit of being able to support this kind of financing for public projects, and I'm not really sure why H.R. 1 would totally obliterate the opportunity for municipalities and all these public entities, nonprofits. I have numerous nonprofits in my district that have taken advantage of advanced refundings and private activity bonds and the like. In fact, I think that it's critically important that we highlight some of those. So I want to make sure that I go on the record as supporting the really important projects in my district that would not have existed had it not been for advance refundings or private activity bonds. One is Hale County Board of Education, which issued $3.7 million worth of financing to renovate an elementary school. And this was only done, it was done in a very poor part of my district, rural part of my district, and the ability to refinance saved them lots and lots of money. The same is true of City of Northport. Multiple advanced refundings over the last 6 years due to the fact that we have lower interest rates now than we did during the Great Recession have saved the City of Northport over $1.6 million. And that savings is savings that goes right back to those communities. That's $1.6 million more that the City of Northport has in order to provide services to its citizens. And so this is a really, in my opinion, a really important tool in the toolbox to help our municipalities. City of Irondale, also in my district, had the ability to refinance and refund, saving the working class municipality almost $500,000 in 2015. I could go on and on. I know the time is near, but I just really want to make sure that we all understand the implications of this. We are literally cutting off our nose to spite our face. These are investments in really important public projects that would otherwise not get done. I hope that my colleagues will support this amendment and put back advance refunding bonds. Thanks.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Representative Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings of the amendment will be postponed. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Crowell has an amendment at the desk. Mr. Nunes reserves a point of order. Point of order has been reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Sure.
Representative Nunes?
I withdraw my.
Gentleman withdraws point of order.
Kevin.
Gentleman from New York is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If home ownership is the American dream, this GOP tax scam is the American nightmare. This GOP tax scam raises taxes on people who want to buy a home. Tax increases levied solely on middle-class families, as they are the ones who aspire to own their own home but can't afford to put the 100% cash down to buy that house. But even if you still can't afford your house, the GOP tax scam whacks you again by eliminating your ability to deduct your state and local taxes paid. Homeowners, even if you own your home outright, you will have to pay a higher tax to live under that roof. But guess who gets to keep their state and local tax deduction? Corporations do. And if that isn't bad enough, a recent report detailed that these tax changes would lead to a 10% drop in the value of a home. Now, if you're one of the 111 million Americans who lives in a rental housing unit, you may think you're in the clear, but you're not. This bill eliminates several important programs to create new affordable housing, exacerbating the crisis in affordable housing and homelessness. We need to be making housing more affordable, not less affordable. My amendment would do that in 3 ways. First, it creates a permanent first-time home buyer's tax credit valued at $8,000. Second, it provides a new tax credit targeted towards people who live in rental housing and pay more than 30% of their income in rent. Finally, to help those families living in government-subsidized rental housing who still struggle financially, the bill creates a new refundable tax credit valued at 1 month's rent. This provision would provide a financial safety net to young military families receiving base housing allowances, seniors on fixed incomes, and families in Section 8 housing. The cost of housing for both renters and owners is growing at an unsustainable rate. Congress can and must address this harmful trend. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, we can start to address this harmful trend by passing the amendment we have before us at this moment. My amendment, I believe, will do just that.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Mr. Rice, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Well, I certainly appreciate the spirit of Mr. Crowley's amendment here. Certainly, home ownership is something that we should pursue and something that we should prefer, as we do in our tax code, with the ability to deduct mortgage interest, with the ability to deduct property taxes on people's homes up to $10,000. So the federal government does provide a lot of preference for this. Home ownership is the way that most Americans build equity and build wealth, and certainly gives them stake in society, and all these things are things we should pursue. But you know, this is almost a form of another entitlement, and I think that the American people would prefer, instead of entitlement, they would prefer opportunity. And I think that's what our bill does. I think we use the limited dollars that we have to stimulate our economy with this bill, to give middle-class taxpayers, the average family of 4, $1,200 more every year in their pocket. And by stimulating the economy and creating jobs, we give people the ability to lift themselves up. And that they can use that money, if they choose to put a down payment on a house. You know, I was, as a young tax lawyer in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, I got involved in the issue of homelessness early in my career. And I actually became the president of the local homeless shelter, the Myrtle Beach Haven Homeless Shelter, and ran the thing out of my law firm, kept the books and did the administrative work for 10 years. And I saw firsthand the effects of homelessness. And I also saw, because in our homeless shelter, we had a policy that you couldn't be there unless you could only stay for a limited time, and you either had to be working or looking for work. Because we didn't want to enable homelessness. We wanted to give people a path out. And I'll tell you that hundreds of people in my 10 years, if not thousands, took us up on that challenge and moved through us to transitional housing and became independent citizens. And, you know, we gave them opportunity. And I think that is the best way to help people is to give them opportunity, not entitlement. And I believe that at its core, that is what our bill is all about. Our bill, through stimulating the economy, will provide more jobs. It'll bring some of these 90 million Americans who've given up on trying to find a job back into the workforce. It'll raise wages. And it will also put $1,200 a year in the average family of four's pocket. And all these things give them the opportunity to move up the ladder and to acquire their own house without the need for another entitlement. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Sewell, you are recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the gentleman from South Carolina said that this credit would be more of an entitlement than an opportunity. And I just beg to differ. The reality is that this amendment would reinstate an $8,000 tax credit for taxpayers purchasing their first home. What we're doing is incentivizing home ownership. And home ownership is a cornerstone of our democracy. It definitely is a cornerstone of middle-class working families. And I think that we should be giving people an opportunity and incentivizing through our tax code the behavior we want to see. We want to see our hardworking individuals and families get homes, permanent homes that they own. And the average net worth of a homeowner is 45 times higher than that of a renter. But the home ownership rate is currently near a 50-year low. So right now we're experiencing a low in home ownership, and I would think that we would want to retain the $8,000 first-time homeowner credit that they would be able to get. While home ownership rates across the country are at 63%, in my district the home ownership rate is 55%. Creating new barriers to home ownership will exacerbate, in my opinion, and in the opinion of these researchers and experts, income inequality will just widen. So this $8,000 credit would help taxpayers overcome the barriers to home ownership, and it's something that we should be promoting. More than 152,000 Alabamians pay more than half of their income in rent, and 28% of these households have children. 1 in every 3 Alabama renters earn less than 30% of the average median income and are classified as extremely low income. These are the folks that I want to help benefit, and I want to make sure have an opportunity to get a home ownership. And I know that if this is true in my district, it's probably true in almost all of our districts here on this committee. And so I would think that we would want to promote home ownership. After all, our code is about our values. And if we value home ownership, it seems to me that we should be incentivizing low-income and middle-income folks to actually own a home. The outcomes on people who own homes versus people who rent are, there are vast differences in outcomes when it comes to savings, when it comes to health, when it comes to social outcomes. All of those improve when people own their own homes, and so we should be encouraging that in our tax code instead of discouraging it. And I really can't imagine that we are actually giving up this tax credit for first-time homeowners in order to give huge tax advantages to the richest 1% in this nation. And so I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the Crowley Amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Walorski, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Walorski. I agree with you, Ms. Sewell, that we should do what we can to take down barriers to homeownership. And just to be real clear, I mean, the tax code certainly does a lot to incentivize homeownership. And of course, there are a lot of local programs that would allow folks to have credits to buy first homes. And this $8,000 credit that you were speaking of, as you know, does not currently exist. It existed for a little while after the financial crisis, but it no longer exists. And you're also right about, lows in home ownership, particularly for young people. But let's think about that for a little while. Why do we have lows in home ownership for young people? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is because so many of them are underemployed because of the underperformance of our economy for the last 8 years under the Obama administration. And all these burdens and regulations that we placed on our banks, particularly. It is much more difficult now to get a loan than has been in decades because of the Dodd-Frank law. And that is certainly a huge obstacle to young people in getting a home loan. So if we're really serious about wanting to take burdens out of the way for young people, what we need to do is look really hard at what we've done, particularly to community banks under the Dodd-Frank law, and to ease the path for young folks, to ease the burden of getting a loan. I mean, I was a tax lawyer and a CPA. I did a lot of closings. I still know a lot of people who are doing closings. And I know a lot of bankers. And they will tell you that the restrictions placed upon them by this burdensome law that was one of the crowning jewels of the Obama administration that came out of those 2 years when the Democrats had the House and the Senate and the presidency, have prevented millions of young people from entering into home ownership. In fact, I would tell you with certainty that it would be far more effective in pulling young people into home ownership. The relaxation of these restrictions under Dodd-Frank would be far more effective at pulling young people into home ownership than this $8,000 credit would, and it wouldn't come out of the federal budget. So I agree with you. We need to encourage young folks to be first-time home buyers. I agree with you that is a pathway to building wealth, and it's the primary pathway for the American citizen. But I think we can do it far more effectively by dealing with these onerous banking restrictions than by providing this $8,000 credit. I yield back.
The gentleman kneels back. Ms. Chu, you're recognized to speak on the amendment. Ms. Chu, Representative Chu.
Clearly, the Republican tax plan is designed to create a nation of renters and disincentivizes home ownership, hurting the middle class. This plan is effectively raising taxes on homeowners in my district and reducing home values, all to pay for a large tax cut for corporate interests. The Republican plan caps the mortgage interest deduction at $500,000. However, in my district of Los Angeles, the average home price is $654,000, and in San Jose, 75% of houses are greater than $500,000. Why should people lose a deduction that they financially accounted for and planned for in order to pad the pockets of CEOs and large corporations? These changes would have a devastating effect on California's housing market. I'd like to enter into the record the Wall Street Journal article from this morning titled, "Republican Tax Plan Would Slam California Housing Market. Limits on Mortgage Interest Deduction Would Affect Many Buyers in Coastal Regions Around the U.S."
Without objection.
By reducing the mortgage interest deduction to pay for corporate tax cuts, Republicans are punishing those who made careful plans to buy a house. This will effectively raise their taxes, making their home less affordable or even unaffordable through absolutely no fault of their own. The mortgage interest deduction promotes home ownership and encourages middle-income Americans to buy homes for the first time. Republicans may claim that the deduction benefits the wealthiest few. However, the majority of taxpayers in my district that claim the deduction are families that have incomes between $75,000 and $200,000. That doesn't sound like the wealthiest few to me. So why are Republicans targeting a deduction that helps families keep their homes? What, according to the Tax Foundation, capping the mortgage interest deduction by 50% could raise enough revenue to reduce the corporate tax rate by around 3 percentage points. In other words, Republicans plan to hurt homeowners in order to reduce the corporate tax rate. This is a corporate giveaway, making home ownership harder for hardworking Americans while padding the pockets of CEOs and large corporations. Mr. Crowley, thankfully, through this amendment, would provide an $8,000 credit for taxpayers purchasing their first home and provide a credit for taxpayers renting their homes. I thank Mr. Crowley for offering the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Holding, you recognize to speak on the amendment. Mr. Rice.
Mr. Barthold, how many people can itemize deductions?
Approximately 30% of taxpayers under present law.
And under our proposed plan, how many people does the Joint Committee estimate will be able to?
We estimate it'll be approximately 6%.
So while it's true that we're reducing the the amount of the home mortgage that can be deducted from $1 million to $500,000, only 6% of the people are going to benefit from that. Is that correct?
That's one of the modifications that gets you to the 6% result. That's correct, sir.
And the people that can benefit from that, do they tend to be on the higher end of the income scale or the lower end of the income scale?
Again, we project that itemizers will be largely in the top half of the income distribution, sir.
Do you know, you probably haven't looked at this, but do you know what percentage, I just read some statistics on it, what percentage of the mortgages in America are above $500,000?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I'd have to look that up.
I read some statistics that was less than 5% of the mortgages in America are over $500,000. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Kine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Crowley.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Rice, you know how much it costs? Mr. Rice, will you yield to a question?
I don't have any time to yield.
No, I have the time. I'm asking if you'll yield under my time, if you'll answer a question under my
Certainly,
time.
yeah.
Do you have any idea what the cost of a one-family home, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom in Woodside, Queens goes for?
I'm sorry, but I don't. You know, I'm just talking about statistics of existing.
Statistics, there's you know the expression, the statistics, and
well, this
I don't want to be
this figure
using
you're going
foul
to quote to me.
language.
Is that not a statistic?
But let me say to you though that on a house that my father purchased in 1964 for $24,250. Today, the city of New York says for tax purposes worth over $600,000. Raised 4 children, 6 people, 3 bedrooms with 1 bathroom, very modest home, an attached home. Today, whether it's in the 6% or not, I don't really give a rat's behind. The reality is that I have middle-class people, blue-collar individuals struggling to make ends meet, to live in the great communities of my district right now.
And you want to help?
Reclaiming my time, making reference to, well, do you believe that having a roof over your head is an entitlement? You believe that a child, it's an entitlement to have a roof over that person?
You want to help these people get in a house?
I'm asking you a question.
Let's relax the Dodd-Frank law and we can help them get in a house.
You believe renting's an entitlement?
Let's get all these regulations off the top of these community banks and we can get them in a house.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. There was a time, we can look back historically and revisit this as well. Right after 1929, in the early 1930s, during the Great Depression, there were Hoovervilles that were established all over the country. And they were destroyed because, people were just simply trying to get by because the markets had crashed and at the whim of the markets. And that entitlement was taken away from them by government to a degree when they demolished those Hoovervilles. And we see more and more individuals who are stressed out trying to afford rent in this country who can't afford it because it's more than 1/3 of their income. And we know that's not economically sustainable, but that's a reality for more and more of the 111 million people who rent in this country. The National Association of Realtors has said that if your bill passes, it will diminish the value of homes across the nation by upwards of 10%. That's not my saying it. That's the Independent National Association of Realtors. They're saying it. That'll be on you all, quite frankly, when that happens. It's one of the only vehicles towards wealth development in my constituency, owning one's home. And that will be ripped from them if this bill passes, because you do cap it at $600,000. We're asking for an $8,000 tax credit to help spur home ownership. And if you're so concerned about young people, well, what about the fact that you're ripping away from them the ability to deduct the interest on their student loans? We're worried about young people being able to afford housing or afford a mortgage. It'd be great if at the same time in this bill you weren't ripping from them the ability to deduct that interest. Deduct that interest from the taxes as well. So you're hitting them on one end, you won't let them deduct their student loans. At the same time, you're making more harder for them to invest in real wealth creation in a home in their neighborhood.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll get some more, thanks.
Mr. Larson, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, you routinely get asked this question, and so I would like you to elaborate on it again, because there is such disparity that exists in this code in terms of where you live, how much you earn, what size your family is, and consistently you've been asked to say, what would happen if this bill, as it's currently devised, would become law? And if that bill became law, that would mean that for example, the salt tax would be eliminated. Is that correct?
H.R. 1 would repeal the itemized deduction for state and local income taxes and cap the
So
deduction
that would be
for
eliminated. So then to conclude that people would not be able to take advantage of it, isn't that somewhat of an oxymoron question? Of course, how would they be able to take advantage of something that's not there? Could they take advantage of it? No, because not, and yet 6% would because of their wealth. And so then they go on to say, oh, well, only wealthy people will take advantage of it. Of course, because it's no longer available to everybody else. So this is the line of reasoning we get, and this is what happens when you don't have experts. I want to yield my time to Mr. Crowley so he can continue his line of questioning.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just want to expose some of the hypocrisy in terms of stating what is impeding young people's ability to invest in home ownership. You know, student loan, the ever-growing debt that they're incurring by student loan, that's what's actually helping to impede their ability to own a home. Mr. Bartold, let me ask you a question. Is it true or false that only 2 out of 1,000 taxpayers will actually benefit by the step to eliminate the estate tax?
The estate, taxable estates are less than 1% of deaths annually under present law.
So it's 2 out of every 1,000 taxpayers who will actually benefit by upping the estate tax from the $5.49 million that is presently. Only 2 out of 1,000 taxpayers will actually benefit from that. That's correct, is it not? Yes or no,
I
Mr.
don't
Warner,
want to.
please.
I don't want to agree with the 2 out of 1,000 because I'd have to.
I'm roughly in
I'd pull up
the
stats,
vicinity, I
but
believe.
it is.
The Republicans keep fighting about the 30% of Americans who want to own a home or rent, but they have no problem sticking up for the 0.002% of Americans who will benefit from the extension of
Mr.
the
Reichert,
estate
you're
tax.
recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I know everybody on this committee has a story, Mr. Crowley. I'm the oldest of 7. 9 people growing up in a 1-bedroom house and then a 2-bedroom house. My parents didn't get a tax incentive to buy a house. It took a job. My dad was a steel worker, a warehouseman, and they bought their first house. I don't know, it was $8,000. Second house was $14,000, but they continued to build because they had a job. They could raise money. There's a difference in philosophy here. It's clear. I don't believe that government...
Chairman, would the gentleman yield for a moment?
No, sir. I don't believe that government is the incentivizer here. Yes, we do have a role to play. We want to help people. But the incentive is when people have a job, they have respect for themselves. They have hope in the future. They have respect for themselves. They become responsible citizens. They're accountable. And then finally, there's a sense of accomplishment. I did this on my own. My father was proud of the fact that he was only a 7th grade educated man, a hard-working laborer, but he did it on his own. And I agree there are people that need help. Look, I've been a cop for 33 years. You know that, before I got here, making $700 a month when I started. I know the story.
There's just a difference. You care as much as I do, but please, don't insinuate by some of the statements coming from the other side that I am doing this because I want to lower the corporate rate. I'm doing this because I want to create hope for people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Meehan, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Think about this circular logic being offered by my friends on the other side of the aisle. We place on our financial system 50,000 pages of new regulations that prevent them from being able to make loans to first-time home buyers without reams of paperwork and additional cost. And then they fuss about the fact that young people aren't entering the housing market. How absurd. And then they offer this amendment to say, well, since they aren't offering the entering the housing market because of all these regulations we placed on them that make it impossible for them to get a loan, let's give them $8,000 out of the federal treasury to deal with the regulations that we put on them. It's ridiculous. Then we fuss about the student loan deduction, which probably would put in the average student's pocket $200 a year. This tax plan will put $1,200 a year in their pocket. And it'll give them more opportunity. It'll give them a chance to get a good job, and it'll raise their income substantially, and then they will be able to buy a home. We fuss about a $200 deduction, but we don't want them to have a $1,200 refund. The American people have figured this stuff out. They don't want a land of entitlement. This is just one more entitlement. They're figuring out that the government can't take care of every one of their needs if they wanted to, and if they rely on the government to take care of them, they'll always live in poverty. What our bill offers is opportunity. What our bill offers is a future for our children and our grandchildren, and I am proud to be a part of it. I yield back. Kevin, can I get a minute?
Mr. Neal, you're recognized to speak on the
Thank you.
amendment.
I'll be very brief because I know we have votes. In response to Mr. Rice's comments, we don't know what your plan is because you change it every hour. All you have to do is look at press accounts for the last 2 days. It keeps being altered. You put out a number, $200 they're going to save on a student loan. We don't know that. We've seen what's happened with the elimination of the SALT deduction. So on one hand, they get this, and on the other hand, they get it taken away. And by the way, across the country, there are different prices for different houses. The coastal regions of the country tend to have higher priced real estate. We're trying to address some of the imperfections in the marketplace that are related to income elasticity. We have laid out a consistent theme here today on many of the issues as they relate to housing. Now, here's where we all can agree. There are a few issues that are more complex than the nature of the housing market in America.
Mr. Kelly, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Crowley, I just want to ask you because I'm trying to get some clarity. Are you saying that these homes that you're talking about, they're going down in price? Is that what you're saying? They're losing value?
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is would you like that to happen? More affordable?
No, I'm asking. I just asked for clarity. I'm trying to understand.
No, the point is that a home in the neighborhood that I grew up in today, on average, is more than $500,000 today.
Okay.
But it is still a middle-class community, despite the fact that the home may be more than $500,000, substantially more. People who are buying them who will work every day, no less than their parents did or their grandparents.
But what I was asking, I thought there was a comment about somehow the value or the price or the value of these homes is going down.
No, what I said is that the National Association of Realtors has said if your bill, the bill that you're proposing, passes, that they believe the value of homes across the nation could see a dip of up to 10%.
Up to 10%.
In the value of homes.
Mm-hmm. So the value of the home would go down 10%, which means if you were selling it, it would be cheaper than what it would be right now. I'm just trying to follow the line of
Yeah,
thinking.
the likelihood, that's the math, yes, if it goes down by 10%.
Well, no, but the way things work, I'm in the retail business all my life. Usually when the price of cars or trucks go down, more people can afford to buy them. And so I'm confused with you saying, well, here's what's going on here. If we do this, we pass this law that the values of these homes are going down. So I'm equating that with if the value goes down, probably
Let me explain
what you're
to
able
you.
to know, I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay, sure.
So the price of this property will go down, and that somehow that's bad. And in the world that I live in, when you lower prices, you sell more product, and you open up an altogether new opportunity for
Unless
people
it's your home.
that couldn't afford that. So listen, it doesn't matter whether it's my home or your home or our friend's home. I'm just trying to understand the premise where somehow this affects the value of a home, and it'll bring the value of them down. In the world I live in, which is the retail world, lower prices mean more people can afford to buy and more people engage in buying something. It's about volume. We sell more usually when prices are down. When prices drop, people usually buy. When prices go up, it limits what they can buy. So I was just trying to understand where you were coming from with that. I get confused sometime when we get in these conversations because we're running past each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify a couple things. Number one, I don't see anything in your bill that's going to provide a $1,200 a year benefit to students. That's just not even close to being the right thing to say. Also, in regard to the prices of homes, you've heard me talk about the area in my district that was wiped out in the fire. That one subdivision, I had a picture of it on the House floor, 1,300 homes. 1,400, 1,500 square foot homes built in the 70s. The value of those homes in my district, $660,000. And when you talk about it's not a bad thing to see the price of home values drop, that it's going to help somebody, that may be well and good, Mr. Kelly, if you're the one buying the home. But if it's my home, I don't want to see the value of my home drop by 10%, nor do any of our constituents want to lose 10% of their portfolio. I yield my
The gentleman yields.
I thank the gentleman. What I think it's really interesting that Mr. Kelly would suggest that the effort of this bill is to lower home prices.
No, that's not what I said. I was asking you to clarify.
It's my time, Mr. Chairman.
I know it's your time, and you take as much time as you want. You go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, it's my time. What the gentleman said, wasn't it a good thing if, in effect, the value of homes come down and more people can buy them? Isn't that what we want to do? No, I think home ownership is one of the only things left to the middle class to help in wealth creation at all. And what I'm suggesting, what your bill will do, because the National Association of Realtors said, if this bill passes, home prices can drop up to 10%. That's not me saying it, it's them saying it. And with Mr. Reichert's comments, he's not about lowering the corporate rate to 20%, but that's what this bill does. And in order to get it to 20%, you have to eliminate all the benefits to homeowners, all the benefits that we're talking about to students who are paying their student loans. You have to eliminate their ability to deduct interest. It's a fact. That's what you're doing. And the notion or idea that somehow Mr. Reichert and where he came from, they brought them up by their own bootstraps. They worked hard all their lives, and that's how they got no government handouts. Nothing happened during the 1930s called Social Security and Medicare and things that help people, really advance themselves in this country. No one ever helped them do that. That just comes out of the sky. The government had nothing to do with that. To suggest that maybe the people who live in my district don't work as hard, that they're not working, slaving every day to own their home and send their kids to a decent school? That's what I derive from that notion. It couldn't be anything further from the truth. My constituents wake up every day, put on their shoes, and go to work, just like everyone else in this country, to own a home and afford property and to invest in wealth creation for themselves and their families. And there's nothing damn wrong about that, and I'll never apologize for that.
Gentleman's time has expired. The committee will recess and convene immediately following House votes to take our own committee votes on pending amendments.
people are all nearby, so if you bring down the gavel, I bet they're going to come out of wherever they are.
At this time, we will consider postponed amendment votes. The question now is on the Larson amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacy? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Renacy? Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, no.
Is Mr. Renacy recorded?
The chairman is, or the gentleman's not recorded. Mr. Renacy, no.
Ayes, 24 noes.
Chairman?
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Lewis amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacy? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski. Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo. Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Kind. Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Renacci? Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman?
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 23 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 23 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Doggett amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman?
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Question now is on the Thompson amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome?
Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no. Chairman Brady?
Clerk will report the vote.
16 ayes, 24 noes.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Chu amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no. Chairman Brady?
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Del Bene amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Sewell amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith in Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no.
Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman?
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Crowley amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Chairman Brady?
No?
Chairman Brady, no. Chairman Brady?
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Members, I intend to recess the committee till 2:45.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Neal.
could I make an inquiry?
Yes, please, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, operating under the axiom of trust but verify, the curtailment of the schedule this evening leads one to believe that we might be awaiting some changes through perhaps a manager's amendment tomorrow. And I think that you probably could reassure us right now that there were no major changes coming tomorrow as we get ready to prepare for the Veterans Day weekend, and how the schedule will play out for the rest of this evening as well as into tomorrow and on to Friday. And if there's any information that you want to let us have about perhaps some changes in the proposal, given what happened on Monday evening with a chairman's amendment, I think it would be very helpful to the dialogue.
So the schedule the rest of the day is to continue amendment consideration through the House floor votes, come back here and vote on pending agreements. I want to make sure that we are providing plenty of time for Democrat amendments. So the schedule for tonight, I really leave open to you as far as setting aside additional time, especially since we're carving out 30 minutes here. We want to make sure that we recover that at least. Secondly, I do intend to for the markup to conclude tomorrow, time yet to be determined. The opportunity for amendments from me or amendment from Republican side is possible, yes.
Additional inquiry, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Neal.
How would we have the opportunity to digest the amendment, given the fact that there could be substantial changes?
Sure. So we will proceed with regular order as we have throughout the committee, and we'll have plenty of time to debate the amendment if one is offered.
Okay. Last point, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I could. I think what we're concerned about is that if the Senate is to proceed tomorrow by offering their proposed tax plan, we would like to try to figure out, for strategic purposes obviously, as to how that might mesh with what the House plan would mean, and whether or not there will be some significant changes in the House plan to perhaps conform more to what the Senate plan allegedly is telling us.
So the question there is...
Yeah, we got a question.
So we are all looking forward for the Senate's design of their tax reform plan, moving toward the unified framework. As to its impact on the House process, we'll continue with our regular order. And as the legislative process, obviously the Senate will take up a bill. We're hopeful, our bill, we're hopeful they continue to improve it going forward. And in the conference discussion, have the opportunity to reconcile those differences.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you a question?
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Levin.
you. If there is a manager's amendment, a second one, how much time in advance will we have to see it?
So we will follow regular order in the committee rules, which is to offer it, have an opportunity to fully debate it among our members before it is voted on.
So it could be given to us without any advance notice?
You know, as the amendments today were given to us, as they have in the past, we will strictly follow the committee rules for submitting and debating any amendments.
Mr. Chairman, just ask you, I'm not talking about suggesting regular order.
Well, we do want to follow regular order.
I think we do, but regular order doesn't prevent, in a manager's amendment, especially if it's extensive and has some new elements, as was true last time, it doesn't prevent our having some time to digest it. And if we don't have time, will you give us time to recess, Democrats, so we can discuss it?
I will consider that request, but I will tell you, we will continue to hold to the regular order process of considering and debating amendments.
Mr. Chairman, personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Blumenauer.
Yesterday, I pointed out to Mr. Bartholt and to you that an answer that I had been given the previous day, what I took to understand Mr. Bartholt's answer was contradicted by what the committee had expressed in terms of whether or not the loophole I talked about would be available. I provided the committee with information on that. I gave that information to Mr. Bartholt. I would like to have clarification whether the committee's position is accurate or Mr. Bartholt's information that he provided is accurate. And regardless, I'd like to know what premise the revenue estimate was based on, because this could have a very significant impact.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer. Not aware of that issue. We will have time when we reconvene, either an amendment process or in striking the last word at some point, to make that inquiry.
Mr. Chairman?
So the committee is recessed for 30 minutes, and we'll reconvene then.
Recess for 30 minutes.
Make this in, so we can be able to 8 o'clock or so. But I don't think he's going much beyond that. Yes, but I think we are in the library. I've got a few minutes.
Who's your first?
Can we juxtapose some of our amendments then?
You mean, do you want to run another one out there?
Instead of, yeah.
I'm not trying to probe too much.
I don't know.
Do you think within half an hour, would he be back?
Oh, and this is our, yeah. And then where are we? We're here. Right there. Okay, so we're right, we cleared the deck, committee reconvenes, and do you want me to recognize you for an inquiry?
Yeah.
You want to wait till Kevin's.
I think with the press, we're going to get this one out.
So we'll go to Ms. Squirrel first.
The problem is that if we wait on this, wait a little while, I think we should go on it, just to get it out there.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So that the press.
Committee will come to order. I'm pleased to recognize in the room our former chairman, Dave Camp, a great American, and delighted you're here, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neal, you indicated that you'd like to be recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, by direction of our caucus meeting on the Democratic side here, we have decided to only propose what members deem to be the most important amendment to them. The result of which is you are likely to see about 10 or 12 amendments through the rest of the markup. What we would like to propose is that based upon that determination, that we now come to the conclusion that whatever Republicans have to offer in terms of the proposals for change tomorrow, that they do it this evening so that we can digest that material. And we would further like to know if, in fact, the deliberations that now appear to be going on outside of the committee include a change to the mandate in the Affordable Care Act.
So, as you and I spoke briefly before we gavelled in, what I'll do is defer these questions to Chairman Brady upon his arrival. I'm obviously not going to make a decision that binds the chairman. That said, I understand the nature of your argument. I appreciate your willingness to thin the herd in terms of the amendments that are the highest priority of your members. And Chairman Brady will engage with you substantively as the ranking member upon his return. Is that acceptable?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are there further amendments? Mr. Pasquale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Camp. I want to just finish what I said earlier. And
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
I will not.
Smith has reserved a point of order.
I will not, duplicate what I said earlier. I'll just get to the back end.
So you're recognized on the amendment.
You have the amendment at the desk.
Okay, will the gentleman suspend while it's being distributed?
Sure. The corrections, I understand, have been made, Mr. Chairman.
I withdraw my reservation.
Mr. Smith withdraws his point of order. Mr. Pasquale is recognized on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is the amendment which goes to every disaster that has occurred recently. I was just winding this up and winding down when the challenge came to the amendment. We have corrected that. All that needed to be corrected was that there was a deadline in there for the Medicare aspect of this thing. We've taken that out, so there's no question. So while Puerto Ricans today do not file federal income taxes, most EITC recipients on the mainland do make enough in income to file federal taxes either. Do not make enough. Puerto Ricans pay federal payroll taxes, pay into Social Security, pay local tax, sales taxes. This is a simple matter of fairness, and it would bring needed economic relief to families struggling to recover from Hurricane Maria. In addition, it ensures residents of Puerto Rico can receive the full child tax credit as residents of the mainland do. These credits are the greatest anti-poverty measures the federal government administered today. Puerto Ricans are unjustifiably left out. As many of my colleagues learned the hard way after refusing to provide aid to victims of Sandy, natural disasters can hit anywhere at any time. If my colleagues want to ensure that tax relief will be there for their constituents, whether it be fire, water, whatever, they find themselves in need, then they should support my amendment. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Made the case. Let's see what we got.
Gentleman yields back. Any members seeking recognition? I'll recognize myself. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very brief statement in support of the Pascrell amendment. I have, I believe, the third largest number of Puerto Rican constituents in America, totaling almost 107,000 people, and I'm very, very supportive of this proposal that has come from Mr. Pascrell, and I think getting aid to those people on the island who still don't have power after weeks is a very important consideration.
Gentleman yields back. Any others seeking
Yes.
recognition? Mr. Larson.
Yes, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Pascrell as well, along with Mr. Neal, share a very large population of Puerto Ricans, but not only Puerto Ricans, but Americans in general who are concerned about what's happening to their fellow American citizens. And so Mr. Pascrell's amendment is much needed and empathetic and caring in the way that Americans normally respond when Americans are in trouble and in need of assistance.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of what Mr. Pascrell has provided. As you know from my earlier comments, that I experienced one of the worst disasters in the country, the fires in California that just devastated entire neighborhoods, burned entire neighborhoods to the ground. I've got constituents who had to run out of their house as their home was on fire. They didn't even have time to grab their medicines or important papers. But as I said earlier, this isn't just about my district. It's not just about the hurricane areas. This is about every one of us on this dais, every one of our colleagues in the House, and every single constituent that we represent. This is about the next disaster, and there's going to be a next disaster. And after that, there'll be a next disaster. And we have an opportunity to make sure that with this amendment that the survivors of natural disasters are treated equally, and that we can make sure that individuals and businesses are able to recover and to rebuild. The provisions of this amendment are important to the victims of a disaster. And I tell you, when people are trying to pick up their lives after disaster, they shouldn't face more obstacles, and they certainly shouldn't face obstacles from the federal government. We should be supporting measures to help them get back on their feet, help them get back to work, and help them rebuild. And that's what makes us a great nation. We come together, have a history of coming together to help our communities. We should leave no American alone to pick up the pieces. So I urge that this amendment be adopted, and that we stand with those that we represent and who are experiencing the just devastation brought on by a disaster. And I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Sewell on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to support the Pascrell amendment. I think it's really important that all of us really show the empathy that our colleagues are going through. I know that when I first got elected, my district, the University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, got struck by horrible tornadoes, and this body helped us out. Congress came to the rescue and really helped us recover from that. I want to also make mention that Mr. Pascrell's amendment would not only deal with the Puerto Rico, but also the Virgin Island and other U.S. territories. And I think that's really important to make that point, because our American citizens in the Virgin Islands were dramatically affected by the hurricane as well. So I just want to echo my support for this amendment and ask for its passage.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Black on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, when people are in disaster situations, we want to be there for them, especially when they're life-threatening, but then also to help people to get back on their feet. We are, after all, a nation of people who look after one another. We were founded upon that principle, and we continue to do that. And in those circumstances, since I've been here over the last 7 years, I don't recall there being a time when we didn't respond when there was a national disaster and a natural disaster, and to help. Earlier this year, Congress did advance the Disaster Tax and Relief and Airport and Airway Extension Act of 2017 that addressed that devastation that was caused by Harvey and Irma and Maria, which, gosh, we haven't seen that in a very long time. But that legislation was targeted at those particular situations, which really is the right approach, because then all of the situations are not the same, and not the same amount of money is needed, not the same amount of resources. As a matter of fact, I had an opportunity to be with the Surgeon General, the new Surgeon General, the other day, and we were chatting about these what had occurred both there in Puerto Rico and also the U.S. Virgin Islands. And one of the things that he talked about, and his observation is that not necessarily were there not tools there that could be used, but just the coordination of those tools was a real problem, because there were supplies and people willing to help, but because of the lack of coordination, those in some areas were not getting the kinds of services that they necessarily needed. So I believe that we really need to take a look at our response, making sure that we are well prepared. And I know it was extraordinary to be able to have, I think it was 3 Class 5 hurricanes in this short period of time, and in different parts of the nation, really distress the situation. However, I would say that we should determine the right relief that is necessary, exercise with respect to that new situation.
Will the gentlelady yield a
No,
second?
I will not. I just have 30
Oh, really?
seconds left. But for now, I do urge us to reject this amendment, to focus on some structural, comprehensive tax reform legislation that's in front of us, and to continue to work together for disaster relief legislation in the future. And Mr. Pascrell, I would be happy to work with you on a comprehensive plan, not just for the dollars, but to make sure that we are having a comprehensive plan for these types of disasters that do occur. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Dr. Davis on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join with my colleagues who have expressed support for the Pascrell amendment, and I make a point that the city of Chicago has circled the wagons on Puerto Rico. And for the last 2 weeks or more, many of the churches, synagogues, and other public entities have had rallies collecting money, still doing so, much of it led by the Reverend Jesse Jackson and Operation Push. And I now yield the rest of my time to Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I cannot believe the young lady who I have a great deal of respect for, worked for in the past on the Budget Committee, is making a statement that everybody's treated the same. Let me tell her what happened in Sandy's case. 180 Republicans voted no on Sandy. That is not to add insult to injury. Not only did they vote no, but Sandy never got the aid specifics that came from Katrina in terms of property damage insurance, all of that. They're all different. How can you sit there and say, you obviously didn't, number one, read the bill, second, the amendment, I'm sorry, and second of all, there are so many instances I can point out where
The gentleman yield?
people got treated differently. Sure, go ahead, I'll yield.
I think we just got this amendment put in front of us just a few moments ago, so it's a lot to read. If you want to have us maybe recess and we'll read the bill?
Well, I hope you extended us the same courtesy to read your bill. You know, what's good for one is good for all. That's all I'm saying. It's called democracy. We ought to try it once in a while. It is or it isn't. It exists or doesn't exist. All I'm saying, treat everybody the same. 180. And some of the very people who I went to their district when I had a catastrophe still voted no. You'd call that equality? Oh, so what's good for this group is not good for that group. Who are we kidding here? Read the facts. Read the facts. We're not second-class citizens. Nobody is in this country. Nobody. I yield.
Mr. Kelly on the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I was actually here for Sandy. And when you talk about people who voted against that piece, they didn't vote against that piece because they didn't want to help the Sandy victims. I think what bothered more than anything else is that all the other 49 states said, well, I'll vote for it if you throw something in there for me too. And I remember it very clearly because my concern was for those folks that lived under that specific situation that had really been deeply hurt. But then I watched, oh, okay, I get it. So we take a disaster and we try to tap into it on a lot of different issues in the other 49 states or other areas that weren't affected, to all of a sudden get our hands into a pot of cash that is supplied by hardworking American taxpayers. Listen, I don't think there's anybody in here that would ever say, we didn't want to help the people in Puerto Rico. We didn't want to help the people in Texas. We don't want to help the people in California. We do, and we do it specifically to when that happens and when it occurs. Right now, we're involved in a tremendous effort to change our tax code so that we get positive growth, so we get a huge lift in our economy, that we have this dynamic situation that America has always been known for. And I understand why you want to put these things in. I get all that. I don't disagree with you. Certainly, we want to help people. But can we keep it specific to what it is that we're working on today? And as these issues come up, because I don't know.
Well,
I didn't expect, Harvey, excuse me, Mr. Pasquale, it's my time.
I was asking a question.
Well, okay, let me just finish, okay?
You finish.
Look, when Harvey happened, that was exclusive there. Irma
Relax,
happened, Maria.
don't get hot under the
Excuse me, it's my time. You mind? It is my time, Mr. Pasquale.
Yeah, I'm asking.
You know, I know you're asking, but you're interrupting me while I speak.
Well, when am I going to
Mr.
ask?
Pasquale, you're out of order.
This is a habit that I think is, you know what, I'm
want.
glad this is on TV so that every American can see what's actually going on here. So we pick on a disaster and we say, you don't want to help these people. I can't believe you didn't want to help the people in Sandy. I can't believe you didn't want to help these folks. You turned your back on them. No, we didn't. We turned our backs from nobody. We tried to help out, and what happened? Everybody else said, this is a free-for-all. Let me grab something. Then I want to help out, too. I'll bring something to the picnic. Listen, we can keep going on this, and we go on ad nauseum about what we're trying to do. Comprehensive tax reform is what we're working on right now to make sure that every American has more take-home pay, that we can compete globally. I tell you this, a dynamic economy, an economy that's really going on all 8 cylinders and turning things out and just really capturing what it is that we are as Americans is where we have to go. I understand your concern. I share that concern with you. Yes, I would love to help these people. You know what works? I can't tell you how many times my heart's been willing, but my wallet's been weak. Let's make sure that we get all those wallets healthy again so we hatch that revenue to actually get there. I will gladly get with you anytime there's a disaster to try and help out those folks that are directly impacted with it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Pasquale. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call is demanded. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed.
Chairman, can I ask unanimous consent to have this read into the record? It's from the double taxation group and talking about the negative impact of the state and local tax deduction being removed. Got a
Without objection.
numerous members of the Republican Party in the Congress are listed here speaking out against what you're trying to do in this bill and talking about how it will
Without
hurt
objection.
their districts,
So ordered.
their states. Thank you.
Are there any other amendments in the nature of
Mr.
a
Chairman.
substitute? Ms. Delbene.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Delbene is recognized for the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
No, Mr. Chairman, on the last amendment.
This is a point of order?
Yeah.
What's your point of order, Mr. Pascal?
Point of order is I want to enter into the record a CRS report that determined that every provision was justified in Hurricane Sandy.
Without
I want to enter
objection,
the
so
report
ordered.
into the record.
Ms.
May I?
Delbene on the amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
I reserve.
Mr. Reichert reserves a point of order. Will the gentlelady suspend while the amendment's being distributed?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my reservation.
Mr. Reichert withdraws a point of order. Ms. Delbene is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Chairman Brady was advancing the PATH Act last Congress, a bill that I supported, he said, quote, "As we all know too well, how our country manages its tax code makes absolutely no sense. How can families and local businesses count on tax relief each year as long as Congress can't decide what's permanent and what's not?" He also said, "Americans will no longer have to worry each December if Congress will take action to extend certain tax relief measures that they have come to rely on," end quote. Now here we are, just about 2 years after that bipartisan legislation passed, with the chairman's praises for delivering certainty to families, we're now staring down at a partisan bill with provisions that will expire, leaving working families with a tax increase, their piece of the bill for massive corporate tax cuts. Meanwhile, we're doing nothing at all to address things like the Cadillac tax, the permanent repeal of which has been a bipartisan goal for at least as long as I've been in Congress. The original design of the Cadillac tax was intended to be a narrowly targeted tax on the most, quote, extravagant plans. Instead, the tax will hit working families because of a variety of factors beyond their control, like age, geography, or occupation. That's why my amendment will once and for all repeal the tax that both Republicans and Democrats have agreed on and give American families some certainty so that they can plan. This tax on hardworking Americans' health care plans disproportionately impacts people like the brave first responders who have been battling wildfires out west and delivering life-saving aid to people who have been impacted by the recent hurricanes. The Cadillac tax would also hit family plans 2 times as harshly as individual plans. Yet we've learned over time that families' costs are often much more than 2 times those of individuals. By leaving this tax in place, we are conceding to allowing children and families to carry an outside share of the tax burden, and that's exactly the kind of unfairness that comprehensive tax reform should be about. And we should be fixing these things in the code, and yet maybe I shouldn't be surprised, as countless economists and tax experts have said since this legislation was released, this bill isn't tax reform, it's tax cuts for the very top. This amendment is an opportunity to help our children, firefighters, seniors, and working families, an opportunity to ensure 200,000 more Americans, according to estimates by CBO and JCT, that 200,000 more would have insurance. So many of us agree on the need for this reform. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to protecting working families from yet another tax increase on top of those they'll already be facing under this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Kelly on the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. And the gentlelady from Washington, you and I are really in intense agreement on this. It's just too bad that only you, by the way, on that side, you weren't here to vote on it. Every single member on that side voted for this Cadillac tax to be included in the Affordable Care Act. Look, as an employer and somebody who does supply insurance for health insurance for his employees or his associates, I believe in what you're doing. I believe in that 100%. And you already know that we've delayed this several times. We delayed it to 2020, and recently we voted again to delay it to 2025. I'm going to object to the amendment, not because I don't believe in what you're saying. This never had to be even an issue. This all goes back to the Affordable Care Act. It was a pay for, and what I don't understand is we're saying today is, well, you all don't want to help out on this. We do want to help out, but I don't think this is the time or the place for it in what we're talking about today. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We had a conversation when we were doing the markup on the health care bill a few months ago. I brought up an amendment to repeal the Cadillac tax, and you said you agreed with me and we should work on this, and yet nothing's happened, and now we actually
I take
have
it back.
a chance.
Excuse me, reclaiming my time. No,
to
excuse
do
me. Excuse me. You
Kelly
said we've done
controls the
nothing.
time.
We have HR 173. It's actually got 201 co-sponsors and has a member from the other side who's actually co-sponsoring that with me. So no, 201 of us have gotten on that piece. But I'm going to go back to, it never even had to be repealed if it had not been placed in the Affordable Care Act to begin with. I don't know how you say on one day we have to do this in order to find a pay for, and then come back and say now we don't want to do it because it was bad policy. Listen, it was never enforced. That's part of the problem. And I will yield to, but I'm just saying to you, I don't think in what we're talking about today, this should go into the health care piece, but it does not need to go in today's. So
We have a tax plan right here.
Yes, we do.
We have an opportunity to do something bipartisan. We have an amendment right here that does it. I'm confused. You say you support doing that?
Listen, I can end your confusion. Reclaiming my time. Neither one of us had to be confused. Neither one of us was here at the time. And we know at the time it was terrible policy that became part of the Affordable Care Act. It's not a disagreement between you and I. This was put into law and passed, by the way, whenever you all were in the majority. And I find it kind of odd that all of a sudden today we say that today's the day we'll take care of it. We already have voted twice. I'm just going to object to your amendment because I don't think today's the time or place for it, but I will be glad to work with you on this. And with that, I yield back my time, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm noticing an interesting theme here, which is we'll be glad to work with that on you, but we can't vote with you on that today. Well, the time to do that work was prior to HR 1 being introduced in this committee, but we didn't have hearings and subcommittee hearings and markups there. We simply just got a closed-door process in which Democrats were completely shut out, and we have now a tax bill before us that wants to give these huge giveaways to wealthy families and to corporations and literally take it out of the hide of hardworking Americans. But I believe if that process of quote-unquote working together would have happened prior to this week, there's a very good chance that we would have had a bipartisan agreement on repealing the Cadillac tax. I know many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle support that notion. We can go back and relitigate ACA, forever, but we have a chance to move forward and to make the necessary fixes, and yet every time we bring that up, as Ms. Delbenny has now twice, she gets shut down and you all vote no against it. We should act now to repeal the 40% tax on working families' health benefits because it's a problem we need to address now. Employers have already started shifting costs to their workers in anticipation of the tax by increasing workers' deductibles, their co-pays, and their coinsurance. Why now, when we have a chance to fix it, would members of this dais want to make the situation even worse? We should help working people, middle-class families in California and across the country avoid facing a massive penalty on the benefits that they've earned just to give tax breaks to wealthy individuals, wealthy families, and corporations. Again, repealing this tax has long enjoyed bipartisan support. It's another common sense tweak to the tax code that you guys apparently are not going to include in this bill. And I really urge my colleagues to stand with working Americans and support Congresswoman Delbenny's amendment to repeal this onerous tax instead of just offering the same platitude over and over and over again. Oh, we're happy to work with that on you, but not before we actually produce major pieces of legislation that have life-altering consequences. I really wish we could take your words at their face value as a proffer that you really were interested in working with us, but the whole process of bringing this tax bill to this committee has proved otherwise. Your actions have proved otherwise to your empty and hollow words. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Renacci on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Kelly.
And I appreciate the gentlelady's comments, but let me just be really perfectly clear on this. For an employer who has always used his own money, not taxpayer money, to provide health care for my associates, I really find it an insult to say, well, you really didn't care, and if you really had your heart in it, you'd do it. Why in the world did you vote for it to begin with in the Affordable Care Act, and you voted against it in the America Health Care Act when you could have done it then? And then to come here today and somehow try to paint us as some horrible group of people that don't want to do this. It is your health care bill, not our health care bill. As an employer, I've supplied this for folks for a long, long time, and I never looked to the government to say, you know what, I think maybe you all ought to pick up the tab on this. Taxpayers ought to pick up the tab on it. I don't think it's fair that I should have to pick up the tab on it. And now to try and turn it around that we don't care about these folks? Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Listen, to every one of you sitting at that dais voted for the Affordable Care Act, and this was in it. I've watched the administration over the last 8 years. The Obama administration refused to enforce it because you knew it was bad policy. Maybe you should have read the bill before you passed the bill. And as you come into us today and say, you know, you all just don't care about folks, you don't want to do this, I don't like the fact that we do it. I love the fact that they use the term Cadillac because I happen to be a Cadillac dealer, and most people in my life always aspire to drive a Cadillac. And then when we have a health care piece, an insurance piece, that we say, this is a Cadillac health care piece. And you know why? Because it's the best you could possibly buy. But now we say, no, those people aren't entitled to that. It's too generous. We have to somehow scale it back. And then you come here today and say, well, you don't want to repeal the Cadillac tax? Absolutely. I've been fighting against it since it first came out. But to come here today and try to put some kind of a spin on it that somehow that's not who we are, I would just want to remind you again, and teaching, coaching, and parenting comes down to you better use repetition, repetition, repetition. If you hadn't passed the Health Care Act to begin with, we would be facing it today. We did try to repeal it in this committee, by the way, and I would just suggest that you look at how you voted in that committee. So I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Roskin. It's great to be here today with people that have a different view of the past.
Okay, let me make a suggestion. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of journeys together over this next several hours. And my suggestion is that we be forward-leaning and forward-looking and talk about the bill in front of us. There's going to be a lot of temptations to run in all over the place to be talking about a lot of other themes. I think we would all be well-served if at 10 to 4, we do our best to focus in on what's before us. Now, with that admonition, let's see how long it lasts. That invitation, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, can you lead us now in this renewed effort for focus, Mr. Larson?
Amazing grace, how sweet thou art. We thank the majority for the, comedy that they are providing us now. But I want to say this of my good friend from Pennsylvania, because he always leads with his heart. And he is indeed the author of a letter, along with the original sponsor of this bill, Joe Courtney. And that's why I strongly support Ms. Delbenny's effort. And I would say to my friend that the reason that we're going through this frustration is because we are not in regular order, and because we haven't, as Mr. Roskin has indicated, allowed the opportunity for one another to go back and forth. Otherwise, I know that Mr. Kelly, who has led the effort on the Republican side, who has gotten 79 co-sponsors.
201.
Well, total, there's 100-plus Democrats, so there's 122 Democrats and 79 Republicans. So, but you led that effort to bring your colleagues along, and so I commend you for that. But what has happened here, and as you indicated, and I think you're illustrating our frustration as well, because what we feel is the same kind of amendment process, and Mr. Neal asked a very poignant question just before we were about to begin, that we have a dark and abiding suspicion that we may be seeing, yet further repeals of the Affordable Care Act, because as we've been meeting here, and people have been meeting elsewhere behind closed doors instead of in regular order, and then we're told that what we're going to do is follow regular order throughout all of this. Well, regular order only means muzzling people during a time or not being able to get the full details, never having expert witnesses, et cetera. So that's what this has come down to. Yes, I will yield.
I just
to
wanted,
the
just as a matter of clarification, I would have gladly used Joe's name. He asked me in the future not to do that unless I had his permission first. It was originally his bill.
No,
I agree with that. I just want to make sure that you understand. I'm not saying that was
and
just
I'm
me.
sure that Joe Courtney knows that he's an honorable man, and so are you.
Yeah.
And so I adhere what the chairman, Roscom, is saying, in that we should go forward on this, but there should be a full understanding by the American people. You're talking about regular order. This is not regular order. This is disorder in the kind that should never take place in this committee. And there is where the frustration stems from. I support Ms. Delbene.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Renacci on the amendment.
Sorry, I yield back.
Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of those people who voted for the Affordable Care Act, and I did so proudly. But I'm also an individual who will recognize that there are times for change. And I hope, just as I support repealing the Cadillac tax, that some of my colleagues will look at some of the deductions that you have put into the tax bill. And you might say the same thing to it that I'm saying about the Cadillac plan. And that is, it's not going to work. It has not worked, just as I don't think some of the deductions are going to work. And I would yield the balance of my time to Ms. Delbene if she would want to comment further.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I want to highlight, folks say this isn't a health care bill, but we tried to do this during a health care bill, and that wasn't the right time in another markup where we just got a bill dropped and then we were doing a markup through the night. I heard Mr. Kelly and others said they supported this, but this wasn't the right time. And now we have another bill, a tax bill. It's not the right time. American people want to see us actually get things done, make things happen. This is an opportunity to do that. So this is the time we should be bringing these issues up and actually do something bipartisan and make it happen. I also want to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record 2 letters in support of this amendment from the AFL-CIO and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Without objection. Does the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back.
Ms. Chu on the amendment.
Well, I strongly support Representative Delbene's amendment to repeal the Cadillac tax. This tax will have a disproportionate impact on working families, particularly families with incomes between $38,000 and $100,000 a year, while sparing the wealthy. In fact, the AFL-CIO found that if this tax were to go into effect, 25% of workers with single coverage in my home state of California would be impacted in the next decade. And that would be especially harmful for many workplaces with robust labor unions who've negotiated lower salaries in exchange for more comprehensive health care plans. We should not allow anti-union sentiment in Washington to be used to undermine the men and women who worked hard to make ends meet and put food on the table. This tax hits right at the heart of middle America, and we must make sure that working families are made whole. We need to repeal this tax.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Representative Del Bene. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It would require that as the White House Council of Economic Advisors have said that each American's income will rise by $4,000 to $9,000 a year, directly attributable to this corporate tax cut, reducing the statutory rate from 35% to 20%. If that doesn't
Mr. Higgins,
occur,
could I just invite you to suspend for a minute while it's being distributed?
And Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Reichert reserves a point of order. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized on the amendment.
as I was saying, so if that goal is not achieved, that the corporate rate revert back to 35%. Mr. Chairman, the Treasury Secretary says that corporate tax cuts will pay for themselves and additionally will generate $2 trillion in new economic growth through the magic of dynamic scoring. This is a lie, but it's only the first lie. Goldman Sachs economists, from which the Treasury Secretary came, the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School, the Tax Policy Center, have all categorically and unequivocally rejected the Treasury Secretary's dynamic scoring fantasy. In fact, they indicate that there will be virtually no growth, there will be big deficits, and the Treasury Secretary is off by about $6 trillion in his estimates. As I mentioned previously, the White House Council of Economic Advisors issued a report arguing that the $1.5 trillion corporate tax cut will accrue to the benefit of middle Americans. They actually said this, that cutting the corporate rate from 35 to 20% will get an annual increase for every American of between $4,000 and $9,000 a year once fully into effect. That's what they said. That's lie number two. The only thing worse than these lies is the presumption on their part that the American people believe this and that they're stupid. And that's why they don't have the guts to come before this committee. And I think it's shameful to defend the things that they have said. Corporate America contributes about 9% in federal revenues. It was at one point about 30%. Corporate America makes record profits today and hires expensive lawyers and accountants to hide the cash that they are hoarding in foreign accounts to avoid paying taxation and also U.S. Treasury bonds. Corporate America has been gutless in not living up to their responsibility to help move this economy in an efficient way. And don't tell me that corporate Americans are the job creators. The American people are the job creators. The American economy is the strongest economy in human history. It's 70% consumption. The record will show clearly when there are high wages, there is high demand. And when there is high demand in the economy, there is high growth in the economy. And when there's high growth in the economy, we don't have budgetary deficits, we have budgetary surpluses. We know this because from 1992 to 2000, we had nearly 4% economic growth sustained over an 8-year period. America invested in cancer research, in rebuilding the roads and bridges of this nation, in pushing out innovation that fueled corporate America's rise to economic profits. And we expected that corporate America would do the right thing and pay their fair share. Today, General Electric, over the last 5 years, made $28 billion in profits and paid no corporate taxes. Mr. Chairman, this tax cut will not do what the proponents of it say they will.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We need to do much better.
Mr. Reichert?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order to the amendment because it is not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because it requires the Secretary of Labor to issue a report which is beyond the scope of this bill. It is also outside of this committee's jurisdiction.
Does the gentleman offering the amendment wish to speak on the point of order?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that these assertions are the basis from which these tax cuts are being advanced. So they're not only germane, they're fundamentally important toward the goal of accumulating the information that's necessary from which to make a responsible decision about the very item that's before us.
I'm prepared to rule the amendment is not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute because it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7 by implicating the jurisdiction of another committee by directing the Secretary of Labor to make a report. The point of order is sustained. The amendment is not in order. Are there any other
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote on the ruling.
Mr. Higgins, you appeal the ruling of the chair?
I do, sir.
Mr. Reichert?
I move to table, Mr. Chairman.
The question is on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to agree to table is agreed to.
We have a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
He has to call the roll immediately as soon as they come back. They don't, but it kind of creates a problem of trying to see who
Mr. Johnson?
they're negotiating.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunez?
We all Brady and Ronnie.
Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Roscom?
Aye.
Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins?
Nope.
Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? No. Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Nunez?
I get a lot
Mr. Nunez, aye.
from a lot of people.
Mr. Buchanan?
What's the date
Mr. Rice?
What's the date today?
Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello?
Today's the 8th?
Mr. Curbello, aye.
It's been 10 years.
Chairman Brady? Chairman is not recorded. Chairman Brady, aye.
Let's do the AMT next. Instead of yours? Yeah, because as soon as he's back, we promise. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, did you want to do the AMT and
Yeah,
the amendment first?
Yeah.
Well, he was in here for a second.
He's not coming to sit down, so we were going to go to Mr. Levin.
We'll go to 11. Okay.
He's not in the chair, though.
We'll go to 11. Okay.
Sandy, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm glad for you to go first.
Clerk will report.
He's come in. He can come in if he wants to.
Clerk will report.
22 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 22 ayes and 16 noes, the motion to table is agreed to.
I'll go right after.
Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment.
I'll go after him.
Doggett's going to go.
Doggett and then.
Mr. Doggett.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman, I
suspend while
reserve.
it's being distributed.
I
Mr.
reserve.
Reichert? Mr.
I will
Reichert?
suspend. I just would make it clear, as I have to you informally, I saw Mr. Brady come in. I'm discussing an amendment, Mr. Brady. I want to be sure he has full notice, as I believe he does, that I'm going to be discussing his amendment number 1 in this amendment. I don't want to be unfair to him in any way, and I want him to have an opportunity to respond.
Okay, well, that's your interaction with the chairman. All I know is I recognize you for the purpose of
I'm ready
of
to
an
go
amendment,
as soon as
and
it's passed it
you're
out.
going to suspend while it's being distributed.
Absolutely.
Mr. Reichert has reserved a point of order, and we're on pause until it's been distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Reichert withdraws his point of order. Mr. Doggett, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment restores the alternative minimum tax for corporations and wealthy individuals that your bill repeals. While we need to do much more than this amendment to make sure that the wealthiest few and large companies pay their share of our security costs, repealing the AMT would be a gift directly to President Trump. Repeal would have saved him $31 million in 1 year alone. Like the Panama Papers, on which the majority has refused our request for investigatory hearings, the Paradise Papers show that major corporations and individuals like members of the Trump cabinet and many of his billionaire buddies love stashing their millions in offshore tax havens. Gary Cohn, the president's designated leader on this very tax bill, has been the president or the vice president of 22 separate Bermuda tax shelter entities. We need to stop the corporate giveaways. We need to stop the tax incentives for outsourcing American jobs abroad. But how have Republicans responded to the startling revelations this week in the Paradise Papers?
the same way that they've responded to those corporations who cared so little for our country's future that they renounced their corporate citizenship charter and then in order to avoid taxes. They defend and enable these tax dodgers. On Monday, 5.5 hours into this hearing, the committee was presented by the chairman with a 33-page amendment that no Democrat had ever seen. He would not tell us what was in the amendment, what its cost was, nor would he permit us even 5 minutes to review this complex amendment outside the committee. I believe that Mr. Levin was correct then when he called this process a mockery of the committee and essentially put us under authoritarian rule. Well, I have now reviewed that surprise amendments and the joint tax analysis of it. It is a $157 billion gift to multinational tax dodgers, particularly the big Wall Street banks and the Koch brothers who have lobbied against it. $157 billion of the total $160 billion cost of this amendment number 1, presented from secret endeavors and presented without anyone to ask about its contents other than Mr. Barthold on the technical issues. $170 billion to tax attorneys to find ways to dodge things. What we see is that 95% of the Republican base erosion promises in the original bill have now been eroded by them in Amendment number 1. Mr. Reed, I'm not saying to you and your colleagues that have worried that your votes today about casting one vote or after another that your constituents will oppose don't care about people. I believe you do care about people. It's just that the people you care about are a little different than the ones that I view as our priorities.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amendment that Mr. Doggett has offered. I think that there was corrective action that was taken here 2 years ago when we all assembled for that famous New Year's Eve get-together. And the corrective action that was taken that evening is part of a package that was put in front of the House the next day, which included a vote of support, I believe, from Speaker Boehner at the time, was to fix the individual AMT for middle-class people. I've been on that issue for almost 14 years in Congress, questioned a number of committee chairpersons, members of the House, members of successive administrations about how to handle the individual AMT. Began in 1968, compounded in about 1979. The original vote in the House of Representatives, I believe, only had 2 dissenters in the entire House. So what we decided to do in that New Year's get-together was to eliminate the AMT for middle-income people. We succeeded. There are 4.5 million individual AMT filers now that actually pay alternative minimum tax. The technical term, which should be correctly used, I guess, is that it's really minimum tax rather than alternative, simply minimum tax. We accomplished that goal, and it is now limited to such a small number of people, but it has a hefty price tag. So I think that the Doggett Amendment, as it relates to the AMT, is particularly important.
Would you yield?
I'll yield my time, yes.
Let me just make clear how significant this $157 billion is. With the same $157 billion that is a corporate giveaway in Amendment number 1 through all of its secret transactions, the medical expense deduction for middle-class families that Mr. Larson offered this morning, the education interest on student loans that are burdening so many students, the out-of-pocket cost of teachers across America, the adoption tax credit that Mr. Davis offered yesterday that such great interest was expressed but then voted down as amendment, the American Opportunity Tax Credit that Mr. Kind offered yesterday to help veterans and others get back in our workforce, all of those could have been included in this bill and left $1 billion or $2 billion left to spare. It is a question of priorities and it's a question of tactics. This whole approach of amendment by ambush, which is what is going on right now and why our chairman is not in his seat, to come up with additional amendments to try to patch together what's been presented will lead to more wrongs just like this
because the debate on the entire bill will close before we ever have the cost analysis or the full implications of what any of these last-minute changes do. We need to reject that approach and adopt this amendment on the alternative minimum tax.
Time has expired. Mr. Paulson on the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to oppose this amendment as I strike the last word. I do believe that repealing the alternative minimum tax should be a priority for this committee. Building off what Mr. Neal had already mentioned, we know that repealing the alternative minimum tax has been a priority for many of us for a long time, but there are millions and millions of Americans, as you mentioned, that are still covered under this. I don't think Americans, no matter how much they earn, should not have to figure out their taxes twice. Not only is it unjust to force taxpayers to do their taxes twice, but it makes it virtually impossible for a family to plan how much tax they're going to end up owing at the end of each and every year. It's an entirely unfair burden for the government to impose that on people. And let's be clear on what the alternative minimum tax is. It was intended much different than it is put in place right now. That alternative minimum tax came about 50 years ago because a very small number of wealthy people were paying very little tax because of the investment choices that they were making. And today, that alternative minimum tax now reaches down and takes from thousands and thousands of hardworking, honest taxpayers who are very far from being wealthy. It's time, and it's been time for a long time, for the alternative minimum tax to go completely. I'll yield back.
Mr. Kind on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. As I had mentioned previously in our debate, that the only thing that was standing between Mr. Trump in 2005 from paying any taxes or not paying taxes at all was the alternative minimum tax. That was just in the 1 year where there was some leakage of his tax returns that came out. A multi-billionaire. And for the average person back home, if you ask them, they will say that's wrong. I think there'd be wide agreement that when multi-billionaires that own yachts and jets and skyscrapers and golf courses and whatnot aren't paying any semblance of tax at all, that's wrong. That's why the average American, I think, feels that this place ain't on the level, because it's stacked full of special interest tax loopholes that are there to benefit the most powerful and the most connected in this country. And so all we're saying with the Doggett Amendment is let's just establish a floor so that all of us as Americans are chipping in a little bit as far as the tax code is concerned, since we all benefit from a strong defense and from a strong nation. And that's what this amendment really addresses. There's a lot of the tax dodging and a lot of the manipulation that we see, whether it's overseas, in havens, or even when it's right here in this country, because of how the code is skewed to the connected and the powerful special interests in Washington. So I think this is an important amendment just for the sanctity of our revenue system and for the confidence of the American people to know that when they go to bed at night, they're not being taken to the cleaners by multi-billionaires in this country. I encourage my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. You know, for me, 30,000 of my constituents are impacted by this. This tax relief on an individual basis is $166 million for the 6th District of Illinois. And if they're skyscrapers and jets, maybe, but I haven't seen a lot of them. That said, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Levin.
Would you please deliver to each of us that package on my amendment on carried interest?
Yes. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
And I'll just hold up for a minute, okay, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Mr. Nunes. Mr. Nunes reserves a point of order. Mr. Levin, you're recognized on the amendment.
10 years ago tomorrow, the House approved legislation that would plug the carried interest loophole, where people who provide services not on their own money, but other people's money, pay a capital gains tax instead of an ordinary tax like other people who provide services. It passed November 9, 2007. It was passed 3 times after that. This bill is the same as the bill that was introduced in 2015. When the manager provided his amendment, and the reason we were so upset was it came out of the blue, and we weren't able to kind of look through the clouds to see what it was all about. And it turned out that the manager's amendment essentially was a fig leaf. And later on, we received a score. And it turned out it raised $1.2 billion when the bill that I introduced with many others in 2015, and this bill is the same as that, raised $15.6 billion. More and more, this has become kind of the prominent loophole that symbolizes the failure to understand that those who provide services, often about big, big money, should not be in a different position than those who provide services, whether it's a waitress or whoever it is. And so this bill now has support, bipartisan support, and I just want to read from a September 28 release report, and it quotes White House Economic Advisor Gary Cohn. I quote, "The President remains committed to ending the carried interest deduction. As we continue to evolve on the framework, the President has made it clear to the tax writers in Congress, carried interest is one of those loopholes that we talk about when we talk about getting rid of loopholes that affect wealthy Americans." That's what this is all about. And if you on the majority side are not willing to step up to the plate and eliminate this, where else are you going to step up to the plate? I think instead you're going to duck, as you did in the manager's amendment. So I strongly urge support for this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nunes on the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order and would note that I believe that we've made some good fundamental changes to this rule, and I applaud the committee for doing that. Yield back.
Okay.
Mr. Nunes withdraws the point of order. Mr. Holding on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The goal of tax reform is economic growth, and there's nothing more important to economic growth than entrepreneurism. Entrepreneurism embodies exceptionalism and the aspirational nature of Americans at their best. And carried interest rewards entrepreneurism. The carried interest rewards sweat equity. Carried interest encourages patient, long-term investment in businesses of all sizes and across all industries. Private equity and venture capital funds utilize their unique expertise to invest in businesses, create jobs, create wealth, and indeed create economic growth. Now, private equity funds provide necessary long-term investment, know-how for many businesses. As I pointed out earlier in this debate, in North Carolina, where I'm from, we've got $14.1 billion in long-term private equity investment, and these private equity and backed companies employ some 188,000 people in my state, in North Carolina. And I would note that in Michigan, private equity has some $13.33 billion investments and employ 161,105 people. In Michigan, so nationwide, 11.3 million Americans are employed by companies receiving similar investments. So these investments equate to jobs. They create to economic growth. Now,
Yeah, we have time.
the term carried interest becomes somewhat of a political hot button, a target by politicians and media, and thinks that it's some way for folks to avoid taxes, but it's not. It's a way to reward entrepreneurialism, investment, American exceptionalism. It's an unjust characterization of carried interest to say that it is a loophole. So the amendment that the chairman has offered, I think is a very responsible step to focusing carried interest, preserving the integrity and usefulness of this provision by lengthening the holding period necessary for carried interest to be afforded long-term capital gains treatment. I appreciate the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Lewis on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield time to Mr. Levin.
Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I hope everybody's listening because this gets to the fundamental issue of what we do about loopholes. Mr. Nunez says that the manager's amendment made a fundamental change. That simply is not true. It's a fig leaf. It extended the holding period, and according to joint tax, over 10 years it would raise $1.2 billion, when this bill would raise $15.5 billion, and some people think it's 2 to 3 times that. So that's the fact. And don't distort the facts like you do saying that your bill is essentially a middle-class tax bill. It isn't, and this isn't a bill that makes any significant change in the loophole that the President of the United States and Republicans and Democrats have called a loophole. And I just want to finish talking about sweat equity. Sure, there is sweat equity here regarding other people's money, but there's sweat equity in many, many other parts of services. And I mentioned a waiter and a waitress, those who provide services of all kinds. That's sweat equity. And there's no assurance that they'll receive any just compensation for their sweat equity. So why do you want to put sweat equity, if you want to call it that, for these managers dealing with other people's money? They're sweat, but they pay a capital gains tax, while everybody else, no matter what the pursuit is, pays ordinary income tax. That is simply grossly unfair. This isn't a partisan issue. I would like to present for the record, Mr. Chairman, a list of Republicans as well as Democrats, economists of all stripes, who indicate that this has to be addressed. Okay? Mr. Chairman, I want it entered into the record.
Without objection.
And so I just want to finish. Don't essentially embrace a fig leaf and claim it's something more when that's a fig leaf you can see through. If you can't essentially address this loophole, it's hopeless that you're going to plug any other loophole in your bill. I strongly urge that we support this amendment. 10 years ago, it passed the House. It's about time now that you're honest with the people of the United States of America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me describe where we are right now procedurally. Here's my proposal. Mr. Kind is sought to be recognized on this amendment. We can recognize Mr. Kind, then proceed to a vote. Mr. Lewis has an amendment. I'm informed he will speak. We will have one. I'm proposing we have one on the other side that speaks. We try and deal with Mr. Lewis's amendment before we go to vote. If people seek to be recognized, I will recognize you, but that's my proposal. Let's go to Mr. Kind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be real quick and to the point. Mr. Chairman, this amendment gives us an opportunity to hit the reset button and start improving this legislation in a bipartisan fashion. You know, I've always had my suspicion that my good friend, the gentleman from Michigan, and Mr. Trump had a lot in common. They both have a great set of hair. and they both believe in ending the carried interest loophole. In fact, during the presidential campaign, President Trump called for closing the carried interest loophole and called hedge fund managers, quote, paper pushers, who were, quote, getting away with murder, partly because of measures including the carried interest provision that he said allowed them to shield their wealth with a minimum tax burden. So if we're looking for some commonality as far as bipartisan amendments, I can't think of a clear one or a better one to adopt than what my friend from Michigan is offering today, and I encourage its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Levin. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, rather, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Lewis, would you suspend while it's being distributed quickly? Mr. Buchanan?
I'll reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order. Mr. Lewis, why don't you proceed as it's being distributed?
Mr. Chairman, my amendment will delay the tax cut in this bill until the United States Armed Forces have withdrawn from the longest wars in our nation's history, and until there is no federal deficit. Mr. Chairman, the entire tax code is based on the question of how to pay for war. For 16 years, we buried our heads in the sand. For 16 years, thousands of our sons and daughters, sisters and brothers, mothers and fathers lost their lives on the battlefield. For 16 years, brave patriots put their lives on the line and their families on hold to protect our freedom. Mr. Chairman, Veterans Day is this week, and how does this committee respond? You pass a tax cut bill that pay for these wars on a credit card. Just this morning, a report found that our current bill is $5.6 trillion. This is more than $23,000 per taxpayer. When these bills come due, there will be no money for working Americans struggling to keep a roof over their heads. There will be no money for people trying to keep food on the table. There will be no money for military families who rely on the safety net program just to make ends meet. Never before have we passed a debt of this size to our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. Today, I ask my colleagues to be brave, to be bold. I ask you to join me in what is right, what is just, and what is 16 years overdue. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment. And with this, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Lewis.
Chairman,
All
could
those
I
in
submit for
favor?
the record just the comments of historian Robert Dallek that reminds us that war kills off all the great reform movements. World War I, the Progressive Era.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Lewis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Yes.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. The committee will stand in recess. We will reconvene following the House votes promptly.
Sylvia.
committee will come to order. At this time, we'll consider postponed amendment votes. The question is on the Pascrell amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith in Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Renacy? Mr. Renacy, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no.
Yeah, no,
Ms.
no, that's
Nome?
important. I'll say that.
Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. The gentleman is not recorded. Wait, no, was that Mr. Doggett, aye. Ugh, okay, now I gotta go back up to Mr. Teaberry. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Larson? Chairman Brady?
No.
Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman? 15 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. At this time, we'll consider the question is on the Del Bene amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, no.
I was unavoidably attained and missed the first vote, and I would like to be recorded in the affirmative on that vote, if I could.
I was looking forward to Pascal's personal privilege speech about
Sorry, guys.
your absence.
69 ayes, 24 noes.
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Question now is on the Doggett amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Chu? Oh, Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman,
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Levin Amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez. Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry. Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert. Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom. Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson. Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant. Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black.
No.
Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci. Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan. Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome. Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding. Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri. Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski. Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello. Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind. Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascarell. Mr. Pascarell, yes. Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady. Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman,
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the Lewis Amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez. Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry. Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert. Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom. Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson. Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant. Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black.
No.
Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci. Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan. Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome. Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding. Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri. Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski. Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello. Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, aye. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind.
Aye.
Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascarell.
Yes.
Mr. Pascarell, yes. Mr. Crowley.
Aye.
Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, aye. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady. Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman,
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Blumenauer.
point of personal privilege.
Yes, sir. The gentleman is recognized.
On Monday, I raised concerns about discrepancies in terms of an answer I got from Mr. Bartold about whether or not there was a loophole in terms of the treatment of the pass-through entity. At the same time being told by, I think, but it's kind of a convoluted answer, but it seemed like Mr. Bartold was saying no. The committee was issuing a statement saying that that loophole did exist, that businesses could claim deductions when employees couldn't. I brought that to you and to Mr. Bartold and said I didn't want to blindside anybody, but this seems like a big deal because it has a tremendous potential of changing the revenue estimate. And so I left that. I raised it yesterday, Mr. Chairman, seeking clarification because it appeared to be a direct contradiction between what I heard from Joint Tax and what your committee put out. You're rushing towards wrapping this thing up while you're writing the bill that we'll see maybe tomorrow, and some of us are going to not have the ability to be able to be fully participating in the legislative process. And I'm perfectly willing to wait here, work with the committee for another hour or 2 or 3 or 4, but I would like the courtesy of an answer to the question that I raised Monday and Tuesday to clarify whether Mr. Bartold's, I think, interpretation is right and there is not much of a loophole, or the committee, which appeared to indicate that it was. Could I get an answer in writing?
Yes, I think if a letter is a good way to resolve
Well, no,
this.
I want it.
Okay.
I want to be able to see it and understand it and not have it drop out the door when the committee is leaving. We need to know what the revenue estimate was based on, because this could be not just unfair to employees, but it's a potential way to game the system and lose revenue. You need to know. The committee needs to know what basis Mr. Bartold or the committee, so that we understand what number we're working with. I don't think that's an unfair request, and I don't know why I can't get an answer.
So I'll do my very best to get a letter to you as soon as possible.
Well, Tom, can I ask Tom right now? Did the committee issue information that was contrary to what I thought your answer was to me?
So just a thought here. So this was a question of personal privilege, which I'm glad to honor. I would like to be able to look at the issue, make sure we get that letter to you, and then if it is not satisfactory, or if you'd like to raise it tomorrow with Mr. Bartold here, having seen the letter, I think we'll all be on the same page to have that thoughtful discussion.
Well, could he just tell us?
Well, because we've not been
I gave
Didn't
him
you
the
want our
information
response?
Monday,
Yeah.
and the committee, in that information I gave him and you, the committee appeared to
No, we've-
issue something that was different.
Thank you. So
And I'm just asking if we could have him clarify, did the committee put that out? Did you look at it? This should not be rocket science.
So again, I think your request is, could you get a letter in writing to your request? Even though it's not required, I'd be glad to do that. And then, if at some point you'd like to question Mr. Bartold, now that you've seen the response, I think that'd be a more fruitful discussion. So glad to do that.
But would it be possible to just ask him yes or no if he took into account what the committee issued?
So again, we will respond to your request. Then we can have that discussion. Thank you.
Well,
So, Mr. Neal,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
understand you're not satisfied. I agree.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say, I respect you, and I try and play here fair. I did not try and ambush anybody Monday. I didn't try and ambush anybody Tuesday. You're in the process of shutting this committee down, and you won't let me ask him a simple question that could resolve it. I don't think that's a good precedent to set, because you're telling me in the future I should pounce on it and try and embarrass you or the committee. I didn't do that for 3 days, and I think you ought to give me the courtesy of him saying yes or no after 3 days.
So, again, Ms. Blumenauer, you are more than a fair person, and I appreciate your patience. I would like to, as chairman, look at the issue, get you a response, and then to be able to engage myself and other members with Mr. Bartold on that issue. I think that's a fair request as well. And so we'll do that as soon as possible and give you ample time. Mr. Neal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to speak up for Mr. Blumenauer on this, I hope that the dissection of the issue here is not based upon the idea that it's conceivable that Mr. Barthold might give a different answer than
No, I
you would.
would like, though, I think it's fair that I be able to at least examine the issue and the response.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, this has been a day filled with suspense for members on our side, and the suspense has largely been based upon anticipation and an alteration in the schedule that is by standards that we had agreed to earlier in the week would have kept us here late tonight. So in a good faith effort, members on our side began to curtail their amendments, and they came to the conclusion that they would prioritize what they felt most strongly about. And we started with about almost 100 amendments. After working our way through some of them, we came to the conclusion that perhaps 60 made a good deal of sense. And right now, based on prediction, it looks as though we might only get to about 22 of those amendments, even though we caucused and said, look, in order to find a common purpose with the majority, anticipating a substantial change in a manager's amendment, we wanted to get right to the crux of these tax issues that separate the two sides. We came here, beginning on Monday with the walkthrough, with one determination, and that was we were going to focus and emphasize the middle class. And in a good faith effort, we brought those amendments up entirely consistent with that argument about the middle class, who has fallen behind for years now in terms of wage stagnation, technological advances, the opioid crisis, globalization. So we acknowledge fully the nature of the problems that have held the middle class back. But we wanted this to be a spirited conversation, again in good faith, largely simply based upon the facts. So we used the questioning period with Mr. Barthold to illuminate some of the issues before us, and then we went back and forth, as is the usual case, legislative process of contrasting opinions. Now we discover here at 6:30 that we're going to finish for the evening. And we are likely to wake to a pretty radical change in what has been proposed. So on Monday night, we were presented a 34-page document that altered the fundamental equation that we had come to anticipate as being presented to us. You can't do tax policy with one party in 4 days. How could we contrast the idea that we hearken back and herald the achievement of 1986 when witness testimony numbered 450, 30 hearings, from the time Mr. Bradley and Mr. Gephardt until the times Donald Reagan and Jim Baker accepted the challenge? 4 years had elapsed. We did it in 4 days. We have a lot of amendments that we would still like to put forward. We're willing to work into the night. But we don't want the surprise coming tomorrow morning that, again, all of the suggestions that we've had have been for naught, coupled with the fact that we've known from day one, as we've watched the revenue forecasts being altered, and understanding how difficult it is, as I have said repeatedly, to squeeze a size 12 foot into a size 7 shoe. That's the nature of the challenge in front of us. And our amendments have been routinely swatted away when we sought genuinely to try to improve the package in front of us. So I hope that you can give us an idea as we get to the Veterans Day weekend as to how you intend to proceed and what you might want to tell us about what transpired during the day, to bring about this change in schedule?
So, Mr. Neal, we have adhered exactly to the schedule you and I agreed on. You had asked that we do this during the daytime hours, which we have. You asked that we find ways, if we can, to accelerate these amendments. We tried several approaches there. We said we would roll the votes for every member's convenience, and we've done exactly that, concluding after the last vote series of the day in the House, and we concluded here. We followed that request exactly to the point. And tomorrow, my intention is, as scheduled, as discussed on Monday, that we would reconvene at 9 a.m. We will continue with those amendments. When they're concluded, I do expect to offer an amendment that, as required, brings our committee's product within the budget reconciliation number of $1.5 trillion. And, you know, I'm hopeful. In fact, I intend for members to be able to travel home so they can meet their commitments for the Veterans Day weekend as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We did agree, you acceded to the wish that we had to do the markup during the day. And that, by the way, is good policy for all of us.
I agree.
Now, at the same time, in our discussions, which were more than cordial, we also were led to believe that we would work until about 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock on Monday, same on Tuesday, but we would go late into Wednesday, because I acceded to that wish, understanding that people wanted to go home for Veterans Day. So we would try to finish late Wednesday night. We did come to that accommodation that we would go late into the night, and we were prepared to do that. And I'm just hoping and anticipating that we're not going to shut down the amendment process or the opportunity for our members to, again, offer some very important amendments that they've worked hard on for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden see a manager's amendment tomorrow when we've really undertaken an exercise in academic lethargy.
So perhaps there was a misunderstanding in the sense that earlier this afternoon, I was told that there were about a dozen amendments left for Democrats to offer. We all worked very diligently toward those to give full and open debate. So my assumption was, with whatever is left of those dozen key amendments, we would take it up in the morning, finish them as we go forward, and then consider an amendment to come within the reconciliation number. To the extent practicable, because I think you've made the request, can you either see it in advance or have an opportunity to analyze it? To the extent practicable, we can do it successfully. You know, I'd like to accommodate that request.
Well, could I ask you then?
Mr. Neal has the time.
I'll yield to you, Mr. Levin.
I think you're saying that we would see the manager's amendment as far in advance as practical?
Yes, sir.
So could you tell us what that means in terms of how much notice, the minimum amount of notice that we'll have before it's brought up for discussion?
Yeah. So I don't have a time period for that, no. But the extent that we have it sooner rather than later, that we have all scores to it so you can fully analyze it, I think it's important that you be able to look at the full picture. And so to the extent we can do that successfully for you, we will.
There's no...
It is not required, let's be real clear here, it's not required by committee rules. You laid a 100-page amendment on us here yesterday or today without notice. That is absolutely your right to do it.
Well, what was the 100-page?
Mr. Pascal is
well,
correct. On the Give Back Act or the Give Act?
I think mine was 5060, the same as was introduced several years ago. But a manager's amendment is different than a specific amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Well, the committee rules are very clear about that. We honor those rules. Okay. But I am willing to go an extra step to try to get you an opportunity to either review it in advance as we have it, or to be able to analyze it as a committee. But we will follow regular order.
But
not
extra. Talk about honor. The honorable thing, I think, is to give us time to look after and look over a manager's amendment. So let's say the manager's amendment and all the scoring isn't ready until late morning or early afternoon. will we have at least 1 hour to look it over and, if need be, caucus about that?
Well,
At least
to the
1
extent we
hour?
can give you, I will not accede to extraordinary order. I will try to give you an advance or to give you time to study it. But that is in direct contrast to this committee's practice during the Affordable Care Act, where we were given 900 pages the night before, 300-page manager's amendment at midnight, and we began voting at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Can I
Let me
reclaim my
be
time?
clear that we are not doing that. And so we will give you this manager's amendment, again, as to the extent practicable for you to analyze.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That is a continuing dispute here in this committee and across the Congress.
Well, I was
That
here.
bill, I was
and
here as
recall
well.
it
That piece
specifically.
of legislation, that debate went on for months.
No, the markup
There were
was, in
hearings.
fact, was not over 3 days. It was continuous, long into the night, exactly the opposite of what you asked us to do, which we adhered to.
Mr. Chairman, there were scores of hearings that took place on the Affordable Care.
And there have been 40 on tax reform
Not
over
on
the
this
last
bill.
5 years.
Not on this bill, Mr. Chairman, and in addition to which,
Well,
Is the
those
manager's
hearings weren't
amendment-
on that bill either.
Is the
It
manager's
was on
amendment-
various parts of the Affordable Care Act, all put together. So it is an exact a comparison.
is the manager's amendment complete, Mr. Chairman?
So it will be when we offer it tomorrow, yes.
So it's not complete.
We continue the work in progress, and here's why. We've been listening very carefully to our members' concerns and improvements on both sides of the aisle. We want to make sure that this amendment is scored. It is within our budget instructions. That's this committee's instructions. And so we continue to make those improvements.
Mr. Neal, will you?
Yield. Yes, I yield.
I have a question too, Mr. Neal.
Mr. Chairman, we remember well the discussion of ACA. We remember well how many hearings we had.
Not on the bill itself.
On the
That was
draft,
not.
on the drafts that were very
No, not
similar.
even on the drafts, Mr. Levin.
Okay,
They
we'll
were
go back.
concepts, just as we've worked through 40 hearings on tax reform.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I just want to finish.
Mr. Chairman?
I just want to finish. I think what you're doing is proceeding in a few days to bring up a bill where we had very brief notice and never had a hearing on that bill. Never, zilch. And now,
And that is
let me
coming-
finish. And now what you're doing is saying that as soon as you're ready, you will
Follow
show it to us.
regular order.
Yeah, but look, there's something more important than regular order, and that is effective back and forth on a bipartisan basis, respecting each other. Regular order requires respect for each other, and you're not willing to commit to give us time. The last time you gave us a manager's amendment, I'll finish, there were several parts that were complicated, and several parts, later on, one of them on carried interest was misrepresented when it came to presenting it on television, and the other one was also not laid out, and we had to spend days deciphering what was in it, and you're not even willing to give us an hour or two on a manager's amendment, which we have never seen. I don't think you can call regular order, but you can't hide, if I might say so, behind that without the respect of the minority of this committee.
Mr. Neal, will you
Levin,
yield?
I appreciate your newfound interest in extraordinary order, because I was here for the ACA. In fact, you were sitting right here. We received no notice of any of these amendments. We worked straight through the night, I don't know how many hours. None of the courtesy that we've provided in these 3 days and soon to be 4 was ever afforded to us. We've been over backwards to make sure these amendments could be offered, that we proceed in regular order, and that we have followed the schedule as laid out. And so, again, to the extent, even though it's not required, I will do my best for you to either see it in advance or to give you a chance to analyze it.
Mr. Neal, will you yield?
Yes.
I won't debate the past with you, but as I understand your answer, you hope to provide us, unlike Monday, a score on this proposal?
So to the extent practicable, and as this final bill leaves this committee, I want to ensure that we are within the budget reconciliation instructions of 1.5.
You were within the budget reconciliation when we began on Monday, were you not?
Yes.
And so the only reason we're not now, since all our amendments were rejected, is that your amendment number 1 was added.
Yes, it was. And as you know from your own hearings with the ACA,
Right.
as amendments are added
Right.
or deleted, those scores are likely to change. Nothing new there. And so we let the process go.
Nor do I suggest that there is anything new with it. I just want to make it clear that the only reason we're not within reconciliation limits now is your 1 amendment. Final question, do you anticipate that this manager's amendment could include anything concerning the individual mandate and the Affordable Care Act?
And so in the morning, you will have, or when this is completed, and to the extent practical, we will provide you that notice, and you'll be able to analyze.
Thank you.
With that, the committee's recessed till 9 a.m.